I was tired last night and I went to sleep early and woke up early. And YouTube tells me that my audience is online earlier than I am usually. So I thought, you know what? I will go ahead and start a stream and see if people are around. Jason asked for Duke stories, and I have to tell this Duke story. So this one's for you, Jason. Um, I went to the park one night, and so my area wasn't. Hey, Chris. Um, my area wasn't too bad, but it wasn't exactly the poshest area in Los Angeles. But it was like 10 o'clock at night. And the lights were on in the park, and there were plenty of people in the park still. But I go into um, the park, and I let hey Josh, I let Duke off his leash, and you have to understand Duke was an hey Shane. Um, Shane, you should get in touch with Caleb. You are both in Medford. I told him to reach out to you. Um, Caleb's a good guy. Um, and I let him off his leash. And you have to understand, Duke was always a very, very timid dog. Like, very, very well behaved, timid dog. Never, ever barked or growled at anyone or anything ever. Um, he was a total scaredy cat. Um, and I let him off the leash, and he's running around. And frankly, I can tell you, if I had called him, I'm not sure he would have come. I had no idea where he was. So I'm sitting there at a picnic table at 10 o'clock at night, playing with my phone while I let uh, Duke just have some time sniffing around and stuff. And um, a drunk homeless guy comes up and to ask me for money. And I used to work at a homeless shelter, so I know what it's like to what it means to give money to homeless people. And I am not kidding when I say it is much kinder to stab a homeless person um, than to give them $1. You will do less damage to their life. You will, yeah, it's just much nicer to stab them than to um, to give them money. Um, Not that you should stab them, but you also shouldn't give them money. Um, Anyway, so there's no way I will never give cash to a homeless person. Never. Like I would stab them before I would give them, and I would not stab them. Obviously, you know what to stab them. I have never stabbed a person. Um, so I was like, no, no, sorry. And he starts walking away, and he was, I don't know, maybe 10 yards away from me, um, 50 feet, something like that. Um, and he turns around and says, you know, you shouldn't be playing with such expensive toys this late in the park, meaning my phone. And like, I was bigger than this guy. He was drunk. There were other people around. Um, it wasn't like I was scared or anything, but it gets your gander up. Like, what are you trying to say? Right? Now, I didn't actually move much, right? Just like, and I didn't say anything. Out of nowhere, Duke suddenly starts running at the guy. And he sees Duke and he turns and starts running away, and I had to call Duke back. And all I can think of is it may have been, I don't know, some pheromones, like, because it was in the middle of the night. And honestly, like, I don't know that if I had called Duke, he would have come. And this may have been the only time in Duke's life that I had ever felt in any way threatened. And out of nowhere, he starts running at this guy. Like, I was floored. It was 10 o'clock at night that I called my parents just to tell them what happened, and my mom bawled me out for going to the park in the middle of the night. It was 10 o'clock, but my mom was my mom because my mom was my mom, and moms, especially Jewish moms. So that's my Duke story. Uh, do I have any other Duke stories? I don't think I have. I mean, if I have any other Duke stories, I don't remember them. Who is this masked person? Jonathan, you're not wearing a mask.
No, I never wear a mask.
Yeah, I was joking. I heard the sound of somebody joining, so I said, "Who is this masked person?" And then I looked, and I kind of figured it was Chad or somebody, but
What are you doing up so early?
I went to bed early. I was really tired last night, and so yeah.
There was a just chatting stream that was purportedly supposed to start yesterday at 8:04 p.m. that was on
Oh
my
my
YouTube.
God, you're like the fifth person to mention the fact that
Why did I do
that. So I was thinking of streaming, so I created the just chatting stream, and I and I was like, you know what? I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll do one tomorrow. Um, so Liquid Sloth for Twitch says, I see some Magic the Gathering. What is the most expensive card you got? So that is an uncut sheet foil commons from Zendikar, which Wizards of the Coast sent to me. You can only get uncut sheets from Wizards of the Coast, obviously. I was a level 2 Magic the Gathering judge until I sued Wizards, and they were unhappy with me and blacklisted me, so I am persona non grata on the Pro Tour now. And yes, I'm a troublemaker. Can you tell? And the most expensive Magic card I have is a Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale, and I think those are going for around 2,000 now. And the dearest cards I have are my Judge Foil Force of Wills. I got 4 of them because I had certified some 30 judges, and I have. I also have the Judge Foil Therese Nielsen Judge Foil lands, which were sent out as part of my settlement with Wizards. So, yes. Do you play Magic, Jonathan?
No, I'm aware of it. So you actually lawyered up and went after these guys, huh?
Class action suit, yeah.
Oh, a class action. Okay.
Yeah. I was lead plaintiff,
Yeah.
and they settled with me privately because I was the only troublemaker willing to sue them at the time. Other people took up the suit later and did not do as good of a job as I did, even though I set things up for them, I thought, perfectly. But yeah.
Now I'm trying to think what other.
My
son plays Pokemon.
It is a gateway drug to Magic the Gathering, but Magic the Gathering is far, far worse. I played when I was in Afghanistan. The MTG people used to send us a free card for draft to our USO area, which the military police set up as a care package. I am glad you were receiving those cards. I don't believe it was Wizards. I actually believe it may have been the Judge program. The Magic community is far, far nicer than you can imagine, and which it's lost its mind because of all of the crazy. Because of there's a very large number of trans people in Magic the Gathering, and there has been for a very, very, very long time. It's like the wokeism it's even worse than the knitting community, I would say. And if you have not read about the wokeism in the knitting community, you should. Oh wow, you learned how to write your name in Hebrew, Jonathan.
I copy pasted that from Wikipedia, but I did actually look up the alphabet from the Hebrew channel, and you're
2 commas? I didn't know Jonathan was with 2 commas.
Here's the other spelling. Let's see, I'll change it again.
Yehonatan, yeah. and that's also two commences. I did not realize it was two commences. Um, yeah, I mean, Yehonatan is probably the one that's more biblical, I'm guessing.
The first one I put, or
The second one.
This one.
Yeah, the first
Yeah.
one's more common.
Got it.
Yeah, this is old school.
Tratty.
This is Jonathan with an H. Kind
Oh,
of.
well,
Yehonatan.
yeah. Then we'll keep that H.
Okay. Yeah, so sorry for going down the magic trail, but funny enough, I went shopping and I started talking to somebody, to the salesman, and he was also into magic. And yesterday we were talking about magic. And when I got home, um, the things had gotten here to hang so I hung it up, and there we are. So.
How did you get into the insurance business?
Magic.
Really? Okay.
So I was doing magic. I was working in magic, and one of the things I would do is appraise collections. And somebody got an insurance appraisal, and it was like, "Hey, why aren't I selling magic insurance?" So I started selling magic insurance.
You started, okay. So
I didn't sell that much magic insurance, but that's how I ended up in the insurance business.
So what do you insure? The actual cards?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where all the value is, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. My collection now is worth probably around 20 to 30,000. And not that I spent that much money in, even close to that much money in cards. I got a lot of cards from being a judge and stuff like that, and trading, and like I've been playing Magic since 1993, and of course my father. No, if your cards get stolen, for example, which happens way too much, if your house burns down, if your house floods, lots of things can. No. This is actual insurance, and anybody. I mean, I think really once you should not insure your collection under $5,000. You can at 5,000. When I was still playing, and my collection used to be a little bit more expensive because I had other cards. But I had insurance myself for several years, but then I haven't played in a couple of years. But once your insurance hits 50,000, you probably should start getting insurance, and certainly if your collection's over 100,000 to 500,000, yeah. And it's not that hard to have $100,000. A single vintage deck can easily get up to $100,000.
So did you go out and find underwriters and stuff? Did you like try to create a business around it, or is there an existing?
Yeah, no. I did try that, but I did try to get a simplified. I did talk to underwriters. Wow, you know more about insurance than most people do. I did try to get in underwriters who were willing to write new forms and create some sort of mass product that could be more easily. But generally, there are a few companies, and you have to do excess lines, so surplus lines. There are a few surplus lines insurers who will do collections, and they're mostly relying on the fact that you love your cards so much, you are incredibly careful about them, um, especially the people who get them. But there's one particular company I work with out of one of the Carolinas, I think it is. I forget where it is, but um, yeah. But I didn't actually end up selling that much magic insurance, and I ended up in health insurance and stuff. So
Yeah.
like that's most of my business is in health insurance.
Hmm.
Even though I really love property and cat. I mean, I love like I have insurance books on my shelves. I am I love insurance. Like I could talk about insurance forever. Um,
I I'm a bit of an options trader,
okay.
and so I understand the insurance angle when it comes to writing and selling options. It has a lot of the same characteristics.
Mm.
Um, do you are you a Nassim Taleb fan
I'm not a fan of Nassim Taleb. The guy makes it
or a
very
reader of
hard.
him?
The guy makes it very hard to really like him. Um, he has had some really, really smart ideas. He also is incredibly lazy. So sometimes he says things that if he were to spend time actually like investigating the things, for example, he talks about the intolerant minority, and he talks about kosher.
Hmm.
And he says things that like, okay, if you actually look into the economics of the kosher industry, which I know more about than he does, certainly,
Yeah.
um, you will see that what he thinks actually breaks down in ways he doesn't recognize, and it's just like it's just him being lazy, and he's very lazy, and he, um, which I'm one to complain about, but um, at the same time, he's not the same quality of intellectual. He's brilliant, but somebody wants, I'm guessing, something to drink or eat. I will be right back.
Hmm.
Her water bowl was empty, and that's not acceptable. You have water now. Go away. Um, Hey Jacob, what do you know about the Jewish sects, the Essenes, mentioned in the Bible? The Essenes are actually not mentioned in the Bible. They are mentioned by Josephus. Hey, Antonio. They are mentioned by Josephus and Michael Eisenman and certain other. Certainly, it was when we first about 100 years ago. It was very, very, very well accepted that the early Christians were Essenes. Now that we know a lot more about the Essenes because of the Damascus document, at least, lots and lots of Christians um, are like, no, these are not Christians. And there are various theories about their relationship with the early Christians. Uh, Michael Eisenman believes that they were, in fact, the early Christians. And he actually believes James, the brother of Jesus, was the leader of the Essene sect in Qumran, which would make history very, 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 very different from anything that anybody has believed recently. Hey, Zach, we're just chatting. What were we talking about?
Oh, we were talking about Nassim Taleb,
Oh, yes.
the lazy intellectual, the flaneur. Well, I mean, he doesn't. He actually makes that point quite a bit. Like he describes himself pretty much as lazy. I know he doesn't kind of really mean it, but yeah, I'm a fan, but with the caveats you talk about. Like I'm almost afraid to engage with him lest I get blocked and I miss all his diatribes.
Hold on, you got blocked?
No, I didn't get blocked, but I mean,
okay.
I think he's a pretty liberal blocker.
Yeah, he is.
And if
I got blocked by Michael Dallas.
Oh wow, what'd you do to deserve that? He seems like he's a lot more chill.
He is. I didn't expect to get blocked, but I don't actually believe he's really an anarchist, and he does. I mean, I don't know him well enough to know if he. I told him he was too smart to be an actual anarchist, and he said I can't deny. He said I can't deny his ability to define himself or something like that, and I went, "This is Twitter. I can do whatever I want. It's anarchy." And his response was to block me, which I mean, it's funny.
He had that coming.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I was. It's mildly annoying because sometimes I want to see one of his tweets and I have to go and like open up an incognito tab to look at it. But other than that, I mean, it was for a little while. I had it pinned to the top of my Twitter profile because it was just like, hey, look what I got. I got blocked by Michael Malice. I have never heard of the green language, but language of the birds, supposedly the Baal Shem Tov could speak with birds.
Do you hear the background noise on my end?
Yes. What is it?
It's a vacuum, but I can mute myself if I'm not talking. Who was it the other day? Richard's headset. You can hear him breathe the whole time.
Yeah. I've been trying to get Chezi to buy one of these. They're pretty good. But when he does his phone, because like he leaves his phone and then it picks up like tiny little things he's doing, and it's like, okay, you need to get one of these for your phone. It's actually very handy, but like it's like $100.
Who makes that?
It says Harman Kardon on it. What's it? It's LG. LG. I bought it a long time ago, and it was really useful for when I'm on the phone with clients and I need to type. So it's hands free, and it's much more comfortable and than like the ear headset, I think, and I think it works better. Stefan, that was it, Stefan. How you doing? Is that a photograph you took yourself? Oh, I totally forgot to include you in my trip up north. Do you want to have lunch on March 24th? I mean, February 24th, not March 20. No, 23rd. I'm driving up to San Francisco. I have to be in San Francisco by 6 p.m. at the latest, although it might be earlier. So I am driving up north, and I can meet you somewhere in northern Santa Barbara for brunch or something. So what do you want to talk about?
Dealer's choice. What were you hoping to talk about? Whatever.
Yeah. Ethan, Jacob, what the hell are you doing up this early? Because I know you're not up early. Yes. I like to say 6 o'clock is the ass crack of dawn. It is 6 o'clock in the morning. It is like the 1 hour in the world that I am it's the 1 hour that I am most like this is the 1 hour in the 6 to 7 a.m. is probably the 1 hour I am always asleep. So it's kind of funny that I'm doing this right now. But yes.
Yeah, not only did you get up, but you started a stream.
Oh yeah, I was up at 5 a.m. But like
on purpose or accidentally?
No, so I was really tired last night. I had kind of a big day doing stuff, and I was just really tired, and I went to sleep. I think I went to sleep at like 9 p.m., which is 3 hours before when I usually go to sleep, and so I woke up 3 hours before I usually wake up. So yeah. If you're asking this question, you're not very involved in our little corner of the internet, and the obvious answer is, what are you talking about? One of these days, I'd like a primer on the different groups in Judaism today. It's kind of easy. There's Orthodox Judaism and there's unorthodox Judaism. Orthodox Judaism is tiny, and it's real Judaism, and Reform and Conservative is like, I would compare it to the main line. Boker Tov Hazi. So Orthodoxy is split into two groups. There's Modern Orthodox, which is more Chazi and Yosef, and then there's Haredi, which is more Hasidic and people who are actually religious, unlike me and Nechama's family. Hasidic Judaism is a revivalist movement that started around 300 years ago, and yeah, those are the terms you probably want to know. 6 o'clock is way before dawn. Depends, but no, actually, it is dawning right now. I am not involved. I am new. Yes, and you are on Twitch. Everybody else is on YouTube. You might want to switch. And that was that. Okay, Yehonatan is apparently away. So, I mean, if you have questions about the various groups in Judaism, I can. So conservative, the reason it's called conservative is because they split off from Reform and named themselves conservative. They are not actually in any way conservative. But they are supposedly more conservative than Reform. And yes, 90% of all Jews identify with Reform and Conservative. But, oops, Chezi came on and left. What happened to Chezi? You are muted. Oh, you're not muted, but I can't hear you. You are unmuted, but say something. Hey, Chezi. How you doing? I'm not hearing you either. It might be my thing then. Are other people hearing you? Let me check to see. My sound seems fine. Are you guys hearing each other? Oh, okay. So it is something with my. Okay, I'm gonna leave and I'll be back.
I broke it. What's up, Hezi?
I love that name, Yehonatan, which people in Israel are they're sticklers about it. If you don't mention that hey over there, not to be confused with Yonatan.
Yohanatan?
Yehonatan.
Father-in-law, engineer, the other property manager are all Yehonatan. They're always
Hezi, your mic is goofy. Can't hear you.
Okay, it's not just my thing again. Yeah, I can. You cut out.
No?
Yeah, me neither. It might be a problem with StreamYard.
No, well, for me, it was my Bluetooth switched off, and so
Okay.
the microphone stopped picking up. Hezi
I
just
guess
cut
it
out.
hasn't risen here yet because of the mountains then. Possibly, but I mean, halachic times, you can look up the halachic times and it will tell you. Why historically is the term Orthodox used? Okay, so Orthodox Judaism actually formed in response to Reform Judaism forming in Germany. Reform named itself after the Protestant Reformation, although I'm guessing many of them would deny that, but they did. And so in response to the creation of Reform in Germany, Rabbi Shimshon Raphael Hirsch started calling the traditional community Orthodox and building up denominational the types of denominational institutions that you need for a denomination. And so Orthodoxy as a denomination formed in response to Reform, which is why Reform will constantly say, Orthodox is younger than Reform. Well, yeah, in a sense, yes, because you were the first people to create something so that united the rest of Judaism to such a point where we had to form a denomination to resist you. But yes, that's why it's called Orthodox.
So you were saying that Reform constitutes about 90% of
Reform and Conservative. Well, okay. So in Israel, the only form of Judaism that exists is Orthodox Judaism, and so the chief rabbinate in Israel is Orthodox, and so pretty much almost all of the synagogues are Orthodox. There are a few Reform institutions. Hebrew Union College actually has a campus in Israel, and that may be the only Reform synagogue in the entirety of the country. And conservative has, there are people who in Israel who identify as a Masorti, which is traditional. Vast majority of them are just Orthodox Jews who do not necessarily practice. And so they call themselves a Masorti, they call themselves traditional. And conservative decided to translate its name as Masorti so that they could claim large numbers of people. But when you say Masorti in Israel, you don't mean that you're 4 female rabbis, and conservative ordains female rabbis. And so there are very few actually conservative actual from conservative Judaism people in Israel. But the conservative movement claims large numbers of people, which is just bullshit. In the United States, about 10% of the Jewish community is, yeah, your mic is horrible, Kazi. Yeah, but we hear this like thing. Scratching, yes. That's why I told you to get
clicky scratchy.
Yeah, that's why I told you to get one of these.
One of those.
Yeah, for your phone.
Let me try this.
Yeah, the names are confusing, especially for the uninitiated / Christians. Like hearing conservative and reform, kind of they sound safe. And Orthodox, of course, sounds safe too. At least if you're from a Christian tradition that understands the work with a
now you're
small O and a big O. No, it's better.
Poor Chazi. So Orthodox in response to Reform and Conservative kind of has had to create institutional structures, and which is actually kind of sad. I was talking to some Muslims, and a similar process is happening so because of Christian denominations, and really Christian denominations as a result of Protestantism, Judaism and Islam is being forced into denominational structures as well. And it's kind of weird seeing that process. I don't know if there's any cure to it, but yeah, I've been trying to actually learn how to say this. Denominationalization is happening in Islam and Judaism as a response, and I would say Eastern Orthodoxy, as a response to the Protestant Reformation hundreds of years later, but it's happening very quickly right now. Although I guess it's not so many. So in Iran, we didn't have denominations. We just had some rabbis, and of course they were Orthodox. And that's generally how it worked. Like each community had their rabbi, but all of the rabbis, like nobody presumed to do such crazy things as ordain women or say pork is kosher, whereas Reform did. And now in the United States, if you ask most Jews, they will say they are Reform or conservative. The fact is, a lot of people who go to Reform and conservative synagogues do not realize how much Reform and conservative reject the traditional Jewish teachings, and therefore it gets kind of weird. And I have to say, I know the best estimates are upwards of 90% of Reform and conservative rabbis are don't believe in God. Like, they explicitly do not believe in God. And that's why Reform and conservative, thank God, have been closing their seminaries, not because there is not enough of a demand for conservative and Reform rabbis. There are plenty of pulpits. Well, not plenty, but there are pulpits, unlike in Orthodox Judaism, where like it's really, really hard to get a pulpit. The problem is nobody wants to be a rabbit, including Reform and conservative people who, like, they have too much integrity to be like, oh, I don't believe in God. Why would I be a rabbi?
Yeah, it seems kind of self-defeating.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And so it falls apart. And if you do believe in God and you don't believe in Judaism, then go to a different religion. Why are you pretending to be Jewish? Yeah, I was having lunch with a very good friend of mine, and I was explaining the Noahide movement to him. And it's the funniest thing trying to explain the Noahide movement to Jews.
Yeah, so it's not something that your average Jew is familiar with, huh?
Not even close. Yeah. And even in the Orthodox community, it's just something that's coming up on the radar. And obviously, like anybody who studied those parts of the Talmud or Maimonides knows what it is, but they know it in a like theoretical concept. They don't actually know any Noahides. And it doesn't help that large numbers of Noahides are like people living in Malaysia or the Philippines. Like entire churches have gone Noahide in places like that. I don't know. What?
You think that's largely due to the pastor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In those communities, a church, the pastor goes Noahide and the entire church goes with him. Whereas in the United States, a pastor goes Noahide and he just loses his congregation. And plenty of pastors have gone Noahide.
When a whole congregation goes Noahide, though, the question is, what do they actually do?
Find
a rabbi to sort of give them direction?
Yeah, I mean that's what it seems like. The pastor finds a rabbi that he's comfortable with, and the pastor remains the pastor.
Right.
But once you have a congregation, then at the very least, poskim feel obligated to actually guide you. I think those were the people who. Those are the people who get most involved with Rabbi Shirky, because he's the only genuine posek right now who is actually willing to paskin for Noahides. I don't know any other posek who's paskining for Noahides right now. The problem is Rabbi Shirky doesn't speak English. He speaks French and Hebrew.
May we? So, how did the Noahide rabbinic court end up coming to be? And what's its structure? How is it different than, I guess, the Sanhedrin or the Sanhedrin?
Yeah. So I don't know if you saw my post about that on the Discord server yesterday.
I think that's probably why I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. Just really quickly, that type of fundamentalism, literalism, is obviously heretical to Orthodox Judaism. Hello, Timothy. Have
Hi.
we spoken before?
No, we haven't. I wanted to introduce myself because you've been trying to guess who I am.
Yes.
I'm showing up as Sax78008 in the stream.
I see. And you live in Sacramento.
Yeah, I actually knew Paul before all of the Jordan Peterson stuff.
Oh, wow.
I met him a couple of times. I did a randos conversation with him a few years back.
So
I'm
you're
an Orthodox.
CRC?
No, I'm Orthodox. Orthodox Christian, and 15 years, I think, ago is when I converted to Orthodoxy from evangelical Protestant. And given my maturity level at that time, probably I would have been an Ortho bro if that thing existed at that time. So anyway, I wanted to introduce myself real quickly. I just got to work, so I only have a minute.
I see. Well, thank you very much for introducing yourself, and it's very nice to have you on.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you. Keep it up. Appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you.
And who are you on the right?
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Jonathan. Okay, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I was goofing with Jacob, and I put my name in Hebrew.
All right. You have a good day.
Take care.
So, the Sanhedrin. Okay. What happened was there were a group of people who were trying to reconstitute the Sanhedrin. And like most crazy things, well, I don't want to say crazy, but most controversial rabbinic attempts at doing something new, it was a mixture of Zionists and Chabad, messianic, kind of messianic. I mean, Adin Steinsaltz was not one of these crazy messianic Chabadniks, but he was a Chabadnik. And there is this concept in Maimonides that, so rabbinic ordination has been lost for thousands of years, really, but at least hundreds of years, because rabbinic ordination can only take place in the land of Israel, and so it was just not true rabbinic ordination was not practiced. Maimonides is of the opinion that when if someone is accepted by all of Israel as a rabbi, that person receives ordination similarly to true ordination from Moses. That's already controversial. Based on that opinion, certain people wanted to say that if all Orthodox rabbis of any note were to agree to ordain a particular person, or at least not object to the ordination of a particular person, then that person would have true ordination. They mounted a campaign to publicize this effort, and it was made public, and most people simply ignored it and did not, or kind of found it funny. I was dismissive that they would be able to find somebody to be ordained. I think it was 2004 when they announced that such a person had been identified, but that the name of that person was not going to be publicized. And that person, in arguably, according to Maimonides, was ordained. Well, the fact that this person was not named already made the whole thing suspect. This person then, and we later it was revealed after he died that it was Rabbi Halberstam. I forget his first name. And Rabbi Halberstam was on the rabbinic court of the Eda Haredit, which is the anti-Zionist rabbinic court in Jerusalem. Very, very highly respected. And the people who were least likely to agree to him being ordained were the various Zionist factions. So once it was announced after his death, I believe he died like in 2009 or something, that gave them a lot more legitimacy, because he was somebody who conceivably, truly nobody was opposed to him being considered a musmach, an ordained rabbi. He was somebody of that caliber. He was somebody who was well known, and he came from a faction that was so opposed to the various things that were supporting the Sanhedrin project that his involvement did really create. I have no doubt that nobody objected to Rabbi Halberstam being ordained, and he ordained Rabbi Steinsaltz, and Adin Steinsaltz. He changed his last name to Evan Israel. The Rebbe told him to change his last name, which was something that only happened a few times ever. Anyway, but he's still well known as Steinsaltz because of the Steinsaltz Talmud. He translated the Talmud to Hebrew and then English and many other languages as well. He was a controversial figure, but he was also an eminent, and he was probably the most eminent rabbi who was willing to publicly be involved in the Sanhedrin project. But Chabad did not officially embrace the Sanhedrin. Very few people actually did. But Rabbi Steinsaltz had the personal cachet that it wasn't ridiculous that he was the Nasi, the literally prince, the head of the Sanhedrin. of this Sanhedrin. But the other various members, first of all, they couldn't even get 70 public members. I think something like half of the members publicly affiliated, and the other half agreed to serve on the Sanhedrin, but only anonymously. And this Sanhedrin set up a rabbinic court for Noachides, and that became the most prominent rabbinic court for Noachides. The head of it, I believe, was a Rabbi Schwartz, who was a Dayan, a rabbinic judge from Panovich. Again, the Panovich Yeshiva, very, very critical of Chabad, and obviously anti-Zionist. So that itself gave it legitimacy, because the head of the rabbinic court was from Panovich, and it was an offshoot of the Sanhedrin, which was established by Chabad and Zionist groups mostly. Again, and they issued a few rulings. Most famously, I would say their ruling was that someone could be accepted as that they saw nothing preventing someone who believes that Oto Ha'ish, literally that man, meaning Jesus, will be the Messiah. They saw nothing preventing a Noahide who believes that Jesus will be the Messiah. Again, I have to stress the word will be. That such a person could be accepted as a Noahide by a rabbinic court, but they also said that they would not accept such a Noahide through their rabbinic court, just as a precaution. Then Rabbi Steinsaltz apparently had some differences of opinion with various members of the Sanhedrin, and he resigned. And once he resigned, the Sanhedrin project basically fell apart. Now, the ordination itself, I don't know how seriously people are taking the ordination. I would say anybody who was ordained by Rabbi Halberstam after he was officially declared ordained, likely is very proud and protective of that, and hopefully nobody's going around just ordaining schmucks. But it's not obvious that that's what's going on. And I haven't heard anybody really talking about the Halberstam ordinations. But it seems to me that might be a fire that's still smoldering, and it's a fire I hope is still smoldering, because frankly, getting somebody like Rabbi Halberstam to agree to be ordained in such a manner and then pass on the ordination, like that was like an achievement. The supposed Sanhedrin itself did not really do much. The only thing I am aware of that was of any real consequence was the rabbinic court for Noachides. And the only thing I'm really aware of, I mean, I think Rabbi Schwartz still has his rabbinic court, but I don't know what's going on with it. Their website hasn't been updated in years. And this is the case with a lot of Noahide things, especially, and and this is not uncommon in Jewish in the frontiers of Jewish, I would say, advancement, that those rabbis who are most willing to lead such things tend to die maybe a little younger than. So there's famously Kabbalistic rabbis, true Kabbalist rabbis, die very young. A lot of rabbis die young, and there is this concept in Orthodox Judaism that possibly these people are literally being Moser Nefesh. They are fighting spiritual wars in which they lose their lives. So Rabbi Emmanuel Shochat, who was appointed by the Rebbe to be the posek from Chabad, who was very involved in Noahide matters. He died not young, but younger. Certainly, let's put it this way: his older brothers are still alive. Nobody took up his mantle in terms of his work on Noahides, his other things. They did, but not his work on Noahides. I still mean to contact his eldest son, but I haven't done that. There are, so I'm rambling now. So
give me the primer on rabbinic ordination, because I mean, in Christianity, of course, there's ordination means holy order, sacrament, priesthood, right? That there is, the laying down of hands and official recognition within an institution, right? But I think we've talked about in the past, like, there are degrees of like tests you can take for rabbinic credentials, let's say, but like, how does that differ than ordination? And what does ordination mean? Like, is there, I mean, I can read something too if it's a very long answer, but.
No, and unfortunately there isn't any place where you're going to find it laid out, I think, properly in a way that that Christians would understand. So rabbinic ordination, there's true halachic ordination, as in Moses' ordination of Joshua, which was handed down to the rabbis and is required for setting up actual rabbinic courts, true rabbinic courts, like a Sanhedrin. That was lost thousands of years ago. It can only be done in the land of Israel. And even during the time of the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, well, first of all, there are sages in the Mishnah and in the Palestinian Talmud who were not ordained. In the Babylonian Talmud, there were plenty of people who were not ordained, and so eventually actual rabbinic ordination was lost, and that's why there was the attempt to revive it in 2004 with Rabbi Halberstam. Putting that aside, what happened was that in especially Christian lands during the medieval period, Jewish communities were empowered to appoint people in certain positions. And so there were people who became local rabbis, rabbinic judges, ritual slaughterers, and scribes. And in order to attain the some sort of quality control and interface with the Christian communities, specifically in Eastern Europe, where these were official government positions, there started to be people who were given certifications in certain things. And so definitely I don't know if it started with ritual slaughterers, but it was kind of like a license. It's called a Kabbalah, which means receiving, right? And yes, it does get Kabbalah, the mysticism, but ritual slaughterers started receiving a Kabbalah, which was a written certificate of ordination, so that they could open up butcher shops in Eastern Europe. How widely this was practiced, I mean, again, I think people, certainly in the Orthodox community, don't know their history very well, and too many people think that this was very widely practiced. In Sephardic lands, in Muslim lands, it wasn't. It really was not practiced at all, and whoever was the most knowledgeable and religious Jew just became the chacham, became the wise man, became the person who did this stuff. But in Eastern Europe, a formal system developed where prominent rabbis would certify other people to be scribes, to be slaughterers, and to be rabbis.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the system of rabbinic ordination that's generally used. So you can receive a Kabbalah, a certificate to be a ritual slaughterer. You can receive a te'udah, a certificate that you are a certified sofer, a scribe. What most people call rabbinic ordination these days is what's called a yoreh, which literally means he may guide, which it means that you took an exam on a certain amount of Jewish law. Usually, for most people, it's basar v'chalav. It's the laws of kashrut and really meat and milk mixtures. So it's not even a big thing, and it takes 6 months, and it's really not a big thing. And that's what certain people, who I won't bother naming, who on the internet go around calling themselves rabbis, usually have. Means they spent 6 months learning things and got the equivalent of a high school diploma. And that's what some people go around calling themselves as a rabbi. Now, the Chief Rabbinate of Israel has 4 sections of halacha, and it's more stringent, and it's better. And if you take all 4 of those tests, then you can be certified to be a local rabbi in Israel. I think it's called Rav Mekomi, local rabbi. Chezi knows this stuff much better than I do, because he's a Zionist and I don't believe in this stuff. But there, those people who actually take tests on large amounts of halacha, they can be considered actual rabbis, and then people who take tests on the entirety of the Code of Jewish Law, the entirety of the Shulchan Aruch. The hardest part is considered the parts on monetary matters, and those people are usually referred to as a dayan, which means a rabbinic judge, because once you take that last part, you're qualified to start a rabbinic a rabbinic court, and only once you have a dayan, the dayan can appoint any two people. Even they could appoint somebody like me. Well, maybe not me because I don't keep the Sabbath, but like just anybody can be. They can appoint any two people and constitute a rabbinic court. So a rabbinic court, you need a dayan and you need two other Orthodox Jews, Jewish males. And so that's becoming a dayan. Now, there's a different thing of being a posek, which is a rabbinic decizer. That's how it's translated to English. And while almost all poskim are dayanim, they do have dayanut. They have taken tests on, and that's once you take a test on the entirety of the Code of Jewish Law, then they give you, as opposed to a yore, you get a tadin, which means he may judge. And so that's dayanut, and very few people get all the way to tadin, to being a rabbinic judge, being a dayan. And so those people, they're generally considered competent to paskin, to actually make decisions in Jewish law. But what really happens is that knowledgeable rabbis ask other knowledgeable people, and so what often happens is that the greatest poskim, right, the people that other people go ask, oftentimes don't have an official position as a rabbi. They tend to get known by writing books, or because so many people are sending them letters asking questions, they start publishing books of their responsa to other people. And once you start publishing what's called the shut, she'elot u'tshuvot, questions and answers, or a book of responsa, that's when you've really arrived as a posek, because first of all, enough people are asking you questions that you can publish a book of your answers. And then when people start really reading your responsa because you're answering important things, that's when you become known as one of the great poskim of the generation, the great rabbinic decisers of the generation. So very famously, the two most famous books of responsa, which anybody who's serious, who's a serious scholar, is expected to have a copy of and look into. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein wrote Igrot Moshe, and that is published he lived in New York, and he was basically, I mean, Igrot Moshe is considered a standard in the United States. You cannot paskin, you cannot make a decision that does not take into account what's written in the Igrot Moshe. So when Rabbi Moses Feinstein said something is kosher, basically nobody can say it is definitely not kosher. They can say they can disagree. There were a few things that were controversial to the point where he even retracted his decisions, specifically regarding in vitro fertilization. But yeah, so Igrot Moshe, that's considered, especially in the United States, it is definitional of Orthodox Judaism. And in Israel, Rabbi Ovadia Yosef wrote two collections of his responsa. One was called Yabia Omer, and that is considered the more scholarly one, which is goes into greater depth. And the other one is Yechad Adat, which was responsa on more simple things. And because of the encyclopedic nature of his answers, he didn't just answer. He would cite all the authorities which discussed the matters in which he was answering. And to the point that when Bar Ilan University put out a search engine of rabbinic responsa, they would check their searches by seeing if they came up with all of the answers. Rav Ovadia had an incredible memory. He had an incredible memory, and he was he had libraries of books memorized. And so his responsa were just they were like indexes of Torah. And they became indispensable. Like, people would buy his books not necessarily because they really loved him or they agreed with him, but like when you wanted to know about something, you go and you look up his responsa, and it's like it cites all the opinions from the last 500 years. He was, the man was like a library catalog. And so he became incredibly prominent despite not coming. He came from a Sephardic background and stuff, and that's a whole other thing. But Rav Ovadia was something else, and so that's how he became what's called a posek hador, a decisor for the generation, was because like everybody owns a copy of his responsa. Like everybody owns a copy of his responsa. You're muted.
Yeah. So my sense is that it is a reputational system that's somewhat emergent, and everybody knows what the hierarchy is, because the more learned you are and the more you're participating and making decisions or opining and whatever, everybody just kind of knows, like, it sorts itself out, right?
Yeah.
Which actually makes a lot of sense, because you're like, well, you have hierarchy of Catholicism, which has the Pope at the top. Orthodoxy has no Pope at the top, but the various bishops, right? And I'm trying to find that analog in Judaism, and it's pretty clear that it's emergent, but yet it works, and you can't really. It's decentralized. It's like the Bitcoin of ecclesiology, right, or the crypto. But you were talking about how like Moses passed on to Joshua, right? And so there was the passing down of the Torah, but like that didn't confer any sort of, I guess we'll call it sacramental in quotes. Like there was nothing like that, right? That is the beginning of this, and it's sort of because it seems like at some point something got kind of lost, right? Like
Yeah.
like for instance, just to make one more analogy, like you can't have apostolic succession if all the apostles either like disappear or we forget who they are, right?
Right.
Everybody has to be able to link back. Otherwise, you're kind of just like, we don't know. Like, what's the provenance of our succession? So, like, is there an equivalent? I guess.
Okay. So sacramental. So rabbinic ordination was required in order to serve on rabbinic courts to make certain decisions. There are things which the Bible hands over to courts, most famously in, I think it's Leviticus chapter 7, where, or maybe it's Numbers chapter 7. I always get those two confused. Or it might even be Exodus chapter 7. Or it might not be chapter 7. Where it says that when two people have a disagreement regarding a particular thing, they will bring it to the gods. And the Jewish interpretation is that those gods are in fact are in fact rabbis. And yes, this gets where it gets controversial. And so there are certain decisions which are handed over to rabbinic courts, including for what most importantly is dinei nefashot, which is capital punishment, and deciding who is a prophet and that type of thing. And that's the Sanhedrin, or the council of elders which Moses had, speaking famously of Jethro. And that form of ordination has been lost, and that was why there was the attempt to revive it based on Maimonides' ruling in 2004, and that's why the Halberstam thing is actually so interesting, and like I'm hopeful it didn't just die out. But that form of rabbinic ordination, what we would call Torah ordination, right? Actual Torah ordination, except for this nascent attempt at the Sanhedrin, there's not been any attempt to form such rabbinic courts in hundreds of years at least. And I would say even during the Second Temple period, like when you see in John that the Sanhedrin says, we have no authority to put anyone to death, that might be evidence that already at that time, rabbinic ordination had been lost. Happy wants to go for a walk. And when Happy wants to go for a walk, she gets what she wants.
Yeah.
Do you want to hold court while I take her for a walk? It's going to be a little while.
What are you thinking? 20-ish minutes? Half an hour?
Probably not that long, just because I stubbed my toe and I can't walk that far. But usually it's a half an hour walk. But it's probably going to be more like 10, 15 minutes.
I mean, yeah, I can hang if anybody wants to jump on. Although I don't think I'll be able to will I be able to bring anybody on? I don't have any monologues prepared.
You don't have authority. Let me see if I can get you authority. I'm gonna have to kick somebody off. Who do I kick off? Let's see. Who's not using theirs? He's using his. He's using his. He's using his. Ethan never uses his. He uses his. He never uses his, but I'm hoping he does. He uses his. He never uses his. He's most likely to be the one who gets kicked off. He uses his. He uses his. He still hasn't used his yet. He hasn't even signed on to get his, but I'm hoping he does. Him and him. You know what? He's getting removed. DM me your email.
Okay. You want me to DM you in StreamYard?
No, in what you call it? In
Discord?
Yeah.
So would Happy normally wake you up at this time for a walk? Because you're up.
Well, this is around the time I wake up to walk her in the morning, so yes.
Gotcha.
Okay, I sent it.
Yep, got it.
Okay.
Clicking.
And Chezi's here. He's also a thing. Okay.
Is it any better, or is it still very clicky clacky?
No, it's good.
It's better.
What was I doing?
So I haven't been listening to the full stream. I mean, I haven't gone back to the beginning. Saw some Sanhedrin conversation, some Noahide conversation. I actually just downloaded a paper just all about like the Sanhedrin move, like what were the moves in the past in Israel, and sort of like where they landed up. So I'll report following my read of that. However, I do think it was nice that you put that Adin Steinsaltz paper on, which was I mean, like you said, Jacob, it's nice to see that it's like another prominent rabbi saying these things. However, he's not saying anything that other people haven't said before. He's just another name. He's just another heavy hitter, which is good.
What do you mean he didn't say anything nobody said before?
My point is saying, like I mentioned in the Discord, the Bible talks about this option already, where people.
Okay,
like
Chezi, you're taking the rabid Zionist point of view, where you can just go to the Bible without the tradition, and just cite things out of the Bible as if that means anything.
So you mean like what every single rabbi does, like cite stuff out of the Bible to figure out halacha? And
No rabbi just cites Bible verses to
let's
say what halacha is. That's not acceptable.
Correct. But you would agree that the whole basis of the halacha is on the Bible, so it would be probably a good place to start?
It's a place to start, like learning your alphabet. It's not you don't cite the dictionary for your decisions. You don't cite the Bible for halacha.
You don't.
No, you
Second,
do not. No.
You don't cite the Bible for halacha. So
No.
Where does halacha come from?
Halacha comes from the people who write the Bible, the scribes.
No. How does any rabbi today make up sock? What is he basing it on?
He bases, obviously, the fundamentals of halacha are the Torah itself, as understood through the lens of tradition. You can't just cite Bible verses certainly not outside of the Torah, not out of Nach, and then start making that halacha.
You're right. It would be a mistake to go about doing that recklessly. My point being is,
It's a mistake to do it at all.
Is to do what at all? I have a question. When it says Bnei Noach, where's this concept from? Noach, where'd they get this concept from?
Chapter
about a guy
7 of Sanhedrin.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if you know about this, Yehonatan, but there are groups of ultra-Orthodox followers and part of that community that have a Bible that only quotes the verses that are mentioned inside the Talmud. Because as far as they're concerned, those are the only verses that matter. Anything that's not quoted in the Talmud, what did God know? What a silly man.
Okay, Chazi, I have to walk my dog, which will give you the great opportunity to go on a monologue and spout all forms of kafira. I will be back.
All right.
Johnny. So what I was trying to tell Jacob is that what this rabbi was mentioning, other rabbis have mentioned before him. Well, by the way, they're far and few between. And he mentions in that article, he mentions one of them that is not quoted widely, which is Rav Eliyahu ben Amzog, which I mentioned. I don't know if you saw my comment on the Discord, which he has like this whole. Yeah, so he has a whole beautiful breakdown as well. And the verses I was talking about, like in the verse in Kings, it talks about how the kings of Assyria went to pray to God and then leave and go pray to their own gods. And it says that them and their sons do that till this very day. And I use that as a reference, which is, and there's other verses when we're talking about the Gentile that is coming to the temple, and these are talking about the third temple prophecies, where it talks about how the other nations learn from our ways, and the other nations come and it mentions that we, the Jews, will worship our Lord and they will worship their Lord. So there's other indications where this happens. On the flip side, in Ezekiel's prophecies, he talks about how the Gentiles not even allowed into the temple, right? So there's different narratives, and this is something that like I've discussed before in the past, which I look at these different narratives as not necessarily contradicting narratives. Rather, these are options for us, and it sort of matters what we want to manifest, because there's us manifesting a future, and this is just general what the prophet is always talking about. The prophet is saying the prophecy of destruction of, let's say, the temple, that is not written in stone. As in, if you repent, it could change. So same goes with these prophecies. There are options. There are versions where it becomes a more top-down, hierarchical, Jews on top. And there's versions where it's a lot more pluralistic, and we do these things together. And those are the verses one would need to use in order to have this kind of conversation. I understand that Jacob, for some reason, thinks that I'm taking like one verse and now I'm building a whole community. I'm just mentioning like these things have been mentioned in the past, like thousands of years ago, that this is a possibility to happen. And then it really is a question, and this is a question about Shituf, which is, okay, so how does Shituf really work with these? How does Shituf really work with these religions? Is Trinitarian, is a problem, and like a Unitarian would not be a problem? So yeah, there's a discussion there, but the Zohar, the Nachmanides, they all talk about the understanding that Shituf is because the Gentiles, and this is true to the whole pagan world, their framing has always had in it intermediaries. And as long as they realize that those are all connected to the source, which is one, then like Idan Steinsaltz is saying, the standard's different. So that's all good. The question then is, eventually do the standards change? So you could potentially say that, let's say, a Noahite, once he's fully a Noahite in a part of a Noahite community, if that ever emerged, maybe then the Sanhedrin will decide, you know what, at this point, it's no longer relevant anymore for you guys to also need to have these other gods, and we're going away with that. But until that point happens, I think we should be adopting the point of view where they could be doing so at the same time, as long as they're being real with themselves. I'd say that'd be like my. However, I also understand how there could be Noahites that are sort of offended by that option.
Noahites different than Noahides, yeah.
No, Noahites. Sorry, Noahites.
Oh, okay. I've never heard that term. I
could see them. I could see them being like, "What are you telling me that like the expectation is like lower for me? Like what is that?"
Well, it's different. You can call it lower. I mean, I don't see a problem with that because
neither do I. The question is how it's being seen, and I've given this example before, which is Judaism is not supposed to be better. It's just been doing this game longer, but it's proper to see us as an arrowhead, and even in an arrow, something has to be on the top. It doesn't make it better than the back of the arrow, or not needed as the back of the arrow. It's just that's the point of orientation that we're all moving towards. So you could easily say that for us to be, we're supposed to be the priestly class, right? And now you could then jump to Maimonides saying that if a Gentile even wants to, he could reach a level that's like the high priest.
right.
If that happens globally, then sort of like economics, like a rising tide lifts all boats, right? So it would be then everyone would be considered a priestly class, and then the Jews would also be just a higher point of orientation. Like everything rises up accordingly. However, I would also be okay if we found out that and everyone ends up being the same, and that's also okay with me as well. But
Sure.
but yeah, it's really a fascinating discussion, and I know Jacob, when he talks about Rav Shirky, he doesn't like that that Rav Shirky goes as far as saying that Noahites can even observe the Sabbath.
He does or does not? Sure,
He does.
Oh, he does. Okay.
And he bases that on the sage, the Khatam Sofer, that's his interpretation of Maimonides, which basically says that yes, a Gentile that is not willing to take on like the Noahide rules, then yes, there's no point of him keeping the Shabbos because he's not in the game. But
Right.
a Noahide that is willing to do all these things, then there's no problem with him doing that. I think there's 3 restrictions that he gives. I think it's either making or wearing phylacteries, and there's like 2 other ones that were like that they can't do. I'm not exactly sure why those. I can't recall why those were the reasons he can't do them. But as far as Sabbath, he's for that. And Rav Shirky also interprets, which is like another point of contention, that Noahides, Maimonides says they can't establish their own religion.
Right.
But what he mentions there, which people don't notice, is on their own accord, they can't establish more religions. Okay? Which means on the accord of the Jewish Sanhedrin, they can't. We need to give them that authority. So it's not that it's not possible for a Noahide community to become a religion. It just requires us to recognize them as such. And that works very well with the fact that the 7 laws include in it Hilchot Dinim. And Dinim, you need a state. So it only works if you're recognized by a body, a political body, or a government body that could enforce those things. And so once that happens, which Israel never had to deal with in the past because we've never had a sovereign state. So now this actually comes into play. We are a body. We are a body that has its laws, and we could also recognize another body, which is what Rav Shirky is, like last week he was in Prague. He had 2 or 3 years ago, he had a very big event with the Council of European Rabbis, and he sort of laid out his whole case, which he said was a very productive conversation. And he, just as all things in religion, he thinks it's going to take time. It's probably going to take one or two other cases to come to the court, which then they'll then decide to establish or bring in sort of his school of thought. But it's a process. But he he made the first move. So, and it is a shame that he doesn't speak English, because he's a very, very deep understanding of the Torah, and he has a very deep understanding of specifically Rabbi Kook. He's also very influenced by Rav Yehuda Leon Ashkenazi, his nickname is Mini 2, which means the Great Wind. That's what his friends called him when he was a child, but he still has that name. I mean, he passed away, but very deep into philosophy and mysticism, Kabbalah. So there's a lot of levels of interpretation that they play around with, and he's very sensitive to the Christian and Muslim religions as well. So he's definitely, over the last few years, he's probably the rabbi that I feel like the most aligned with on certain perspectives, which has been very enjoyable since in the last 2 years he's been doing like a real big push on just on all the social media fronts of pushing out his Torah, his books. His books are fantastic. He has one that just came out in English called Nature and Holiness, which I definitely recommend. It's a fantastic book and a very, very easy read and very, very enjoyable. He also has I don't know if you have this, a book called Brit Shalom. It's his breakdown for Noahides, just basically all the laws for Noahides, which he sent out to get approved by many different rabbis, and there was like a pretty good consensus over there about this book that he sent out. He actually gifted it to Jordan Peterson when he was here speaking. He was telling him like he should be really looking at the prism of the Jews through like a Noahite's eye, not through like a Christian view. But he's also a big fan of Jordan Peterson. He says he's very good at identifying, good and evil. He's like, the world needs that, someone that's very good at identifying those things. And in Kabbalah, there's a term called raising the sparks. So he thinks Jordan is very good at doing some of those things. It's like finding the good in some elements and then raising the sparks, or like finding the good in potentially problematic elements and raising the good out of it. So that's on that end. But Jacob, it's very interesting with Jacob because he's secular. However, his religious attitude and opinion sort of stems from a much more Haredi background or Hasidic background. So even though you're hearing someone that's living a secular life, his opinions are a lot more conservative, basically.
Yeah, it's an interesting juxtaposition, to say the least. I don't have a dog in the Zionist fight, but I found myself to be a little more sympathetic with the I'll call it your position without knowing it so deeply, but like my sense is the era of 19th century sort of non-religious Zionism is kind of done. It's kind of played out, and it feels like the Zionism now is much more of a religious bent. Is that fair?
I would say there's still many different schools of thought, but that is, well, first of all, you're seeing it play in action. The government there's a very strong religious component to the government right now, specifically.
Right.
So those are the facts on the ground. And
which is unprecedented, right?
Yeah, it's probably probably the most religious government since in Jewish history, basically. So that's pretty crazy, and I would say I agree with Jacob that 19th century Zionism of creating like a European Israel is people are not really interested in that. There are some that are also like post-Zionist, but like it's a small minority. It's loud because it gets amplified by the global media, due to its like, you know, peace in the Middle East, apartheid sort of conversation. So, I mean, you know, so there's really they're less interested with a conversation about like, you know, nationalism in Israel is not like a bad word.
Yeah.
And like in the States, like nationalism is like obviously a real problem, but like, you know, you don't have that over here. So I think that version of it is dead. And this goes back to you know, raising the sparks, or which is within that body, you know, it behooves us to raise the holy sparks. So yes, we need a government, a governing body, and yes, you have so many of the religious components already infused into the system. Someone who was telling me this recently. Someone was telling me about like, yeah, but like, you know, the Sabbath isn't really being kept like properly. So I said that's true. However, would you agree with me that like Elijah would be like a lot more calm if he was like, 1 second, in your government you have built into the system that the day off is Sabbath? Like that's a pretty good win if you guys have that like legally built in, and there's more institutions than ever before. Like we are more religious than our forefathers ever were. So you gotta I don't think we're done. I don't think we're there yet. I just think like it's silly to say that like, you know that this is, and this is sort of my point of contention with Jacob, which is, if you feel comfortable about talking about your Bible and quoting it and saying like this was miraculous and this was miraculous, the 6-Day War and what Israel turned into in the last 70 years and its effect on the world, like what do you want to look like more miraculous than that? Like that is what it looks like. So like
yeah.
So and I mentioned to him that when God talks to Moses at the burning bush, he tells him that I only identified myself to Abraham under the name of El Shaddai. And the reason that is because El Shaddai is the God that has made promises, but Abraham doesn't get to see those promises fulfilled, right? He doesn't see himself turning into a great nation. He doesn't see himself coming to the land and multiplying and taking over. That's not what he gets to see. However, and that is really the relationship, the patriarchs or the fathers, okay, the patriarchs have with God, which is the promises. We are the generations of the sons. We have come to see that promise has been kept, and we don't get to see God as El Shaddai. We get to see the God of history, like when God tells Moses, "You can't see my face; you can only see my back." We will see you in history, and we will see us coming back to the land and being recognized and building what we're building over here, and everything that's happening is those promises being fulfilled. So I see us as the generations of not the patriarch, but the generation of the sons. And what I tell Jacob is like, you know, you're still living the exile mentality, and that has grave ramifications also to how we even look at our religious code. Are we still in the mode of exile, and hence all the Talmud and its evolution is still as relevant, or have we phase shift and now it is time to have the Torah of the land be fulfilled and be discovered? And I always say this, perhaps some things will be more strict. I'm not saying like I want to just go now snorting lines of cocaine because like now we're here. Things might be more strict, things might be more lenient, but it requires a mindset shift. And what I always say is there's a 2,000-year exoskeleton of Judaism that we have, and it's very difficult for us to take that off. And I'm not saying it needs to go into the garbage. I'm just saying like there are still laws that are based on the fact that there are pogroms. But what are we going to do about that? That now we're like a mini superpower here. So like our program's still relevant and our attitudes are still relevant. So Jacob has a very hard time with his attitude. I think my saving grace is that I keep on telling him that I'm not going around telling people to now be more lenient with regards to halakha. I have my own interpretation that I live my own life by. but like I'm still part of an Orthodox community, which I would say is still fairly conservative. So I need to live a certain life, and I'm very happy with that. Just I do feel sometimes like the canary in the coal mine.
I think without knowing the depths of the dispute, there's a sense I don't get an answer. I don't get a satisfactory answer to like, well, when would you know if you're sort of the anti-Zionist? When would you know all like you have the all clear? Like when would you know that like it's time to go back? It's legitimate, right? Like versus because I think Jacob's stance is sort of like, theologically it doesn't work because the Jews have to repent or something along those lines, right? Is that kind of the fair assessment of his?
But then you have to start asking like, okay, what's repentance? Like a joint repentance? Every single person, a majority? What's a majority? Is it 61? Is it 51%?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It seems like there's not really a good way to say mission accomplished, and so you're always going to be in this not yet mode.
So in Zionism or religious Zionism, they have terms. It's called Atchalta de Geula, the beginning of the redemption, or Chevlei Mashiach, the birthing pains of the Messiah. That's what this time is called, which is like we're not there yet, but we've begun that process, and that process requires. I mean, Jacob's talking about it right now. Like they were building the Sanhedrin, whether to do it or not, but that is sort of the process. Now, someone could be like, who even let this person even mutter the word Sanhedrin? Like, we're not there yet. We're not even there to even talk about these concepts. So, I mean, again, like I would look at those things as, and Jacob really didn't like when I said this, which was the story of Hanukkah, right? Here come the Maccabees, and they supposedly find this little thing of oil, right? And they say like, it's a miracle. Who said it was a miracle? God doesn't come out and say this is a miracle, right? And it's not like in our Bible. And this is during the temple already. So who is saying it's a miracle? Who's the guy that said like this is a miracle? But they said it, and everyone was like, yep, it's a miracle. And why I love that is because, and that is in a certain way why we celebrate Hanukkah, because this is where Judaism took the reins and said like, we recognize this as miraculous, and that's the decision we're making. And you can be like, oh, these people were like way more pious than we were. From what I know, historically speaking, like most of the priests at that time were corrupt. So.
Oh. We seem to have lost Chezi. just in time for Jacob to be back. What's up, Chad? Chad says, yes, see my latest video where John Vervaeke is discussing perpetual self-transcendence. Hey, we lost you.
Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call. I'm gonna have to bust out so like another 2 minutes, but I'll join back on in a few more minutes later. But so I'll make it more personal. I was spending time talking to my family and my siblings, and I gave them an example, this religious decree that that my grandfather had. And my grandfather was a very prominent rabbi for a very long time. He was a big philosopher, and I sort of tricked them into this. I said, what would it require for you? Like, what would that rabbi look like that you would need to hear him say X, and you'd be like, oh, okay, so now I'm willing to do this, right? And I said, like, you guys agree with me that, like, that our grandfather, he's no joke? They're like, yes. I'm like, you agree with me that, like, he knows a thing or two? Yes. So guess what he said? He says X. I'm like, is that good enough for you? They're like, no. I'm like, so you're in a problem, because, like, I just identified someone that we agree is a legit guy, and you're saying it's still not good enough. I'm like, and you don't even know what you need to see. But I think we also agree it's not going to be flames from the sky and, like, some insane, like, miracle where a man comes out and he's, like, singing the songs of I don't know. So my point being is, we ourselves we're not ready yet even to accept it for ourselves, or many are not there to say, like, well, maybe we've actually have come a long way, or maybe we are further along than we thought we were.
So you're not expecting the temple to drop from the sky.
No, I'm not expecting the temple to drop from the sky. No way. I also think that, like, belittles God. Like, that's not the game he's playing, where there's, like, there's, I don't know if you remember the story of Joshua, where it says that he held the sun in its place and the moon in its place during his battle. Right? So there's sages that say that, like, it was what, the whole world was affected by this. If this happened, like, how is this not known everywhere? If, like, the sun and so
Yep.
It says, to the beholder there was a miracle, right? So for the Jews, the reality was as if the sun stopped and the moon stopped, and what they needed to happen happened. So it's a personal thing when you want to see those things as miraculous. You could decide to not, as in, if Joe Schmo was looking at the sky, he wouldn't necessarily have seen it that way. He would have seen, like, a regular day. But for all those people battling, it seemed for them like they had another 20 minutes, half an hour of eternity to still battle. And that is miraculous enough. So, like, it also has to do with how we see these miracles even manifesting themselves. You could come in, I mean, let's go back, let's go into the future and say, like, have people tell the story of the 6-Day War. It could sound like the most biblical story, baby. It could sound like within 6 days, the angels flew in the sky and completely destroyed all, like, and then you're like, wow, this is amazing. And then you'd be like, what was it? Well, technically, we had intel, so we flew at 12 o'clock and we knocked it down, so then it's not miraculous. Okay, it just required those people to get it together. That was the right prime minister in the right time, so all those things. And, like, if you're okay with those circumstances, then like I'm saying, if that's not miraculous, then, like, again, your standard becomes the sea needs to completely split, and it needs to be like nothing that's ever been seen before. So I think, like, we are demanding too much from God in a certain extent. And I always say there's the line of return to me and I'll return to you. So if we don't want to return yet, what are we expecting from God? I feel like God made, like, really big moves by, like, letting us come back to this country. I mean, it's ironic, but I still see it as divine. The fact that the UN building has on it verses from scripture saying, like, no one will teach any more battle. No one will teach any more battle. So, like, those are all, so we're not there yet. But a international government body that wants to have peace, that on their building in New York, which is like the modern day Rome, has on it scripture. And are those things like, classic stuff that always happens. All right, excuse me while I take myself to jujitsu. I will join you in 10 minutes.
Okay, see ya. Howdy.
Hey, Chad. I have not seen your latest videos. I should, but I don't even get to watch everything that's on my own channel. So, and hello, Teo. And while I didn't hear all of Chazi's heresies, I heard enough to.
Oh, were you listening? Were you listening to the stream while you were walking?
I listened to a little bit of it, and I heard enough to just be aware that yes, this is why I can't take Chazi and modern Orthodoxy and Zionism seriously, because they don't actually believe in God.
You're so incendiary.
Come on. When he starts talking about like the sun and the moon didn't really stop, and it was just like the 6-day wars could if we just lied about them, and yeah, exactly. Chazi's speech creeped me out, no shade.
What's creepy about it though?
He doesn't actually believe in God.
I don't think that's true. I don't get that impression at all. I hear you tell us not to take things so literally all the time, right? And so, like,
Yes.
Did the sun and the moon stop literally? Well, maybe literally for some people.
Okay, so this is the important difference, and it is an important difference. And yes, I jokingly say he doesn't believe in God. Obviously, he believes in God to some extent, and I'm glad he believes in God to some extent. But I believe that when the Bible describes things in ways, I believe it is more true than true. And it's not just that, like, oh, they decided, oh, we're gonna make it like we're gonna spice it up a bit, right? Like what my great uncle in Jerusalem, he would tell his grandkids that they used to eat manna back in Iran, right? And obviously, once his grandkids were old enough, they're like, "You didn't actually eat manna," and he's like, "Yeah, we had these cakes and they tasted just like manna, And like, there's a difference between a fishtail, right? Mm-hmm. Where you're telling a story in such a way that like you're tweaking it up and you're getting it excited, Another one of my uncles, like, he absolutely cracked me up once when he said about a movie that was based on a true story. He's like, what isn't based on a true story? All based on a true story means it's completely fictional, right? Because like, based on a true story. Okay, as opposed to what? Like, Star Trek isn't based on true stories? Of course
that's why I think Anselm's argument for the existence of God is the strongest, for that same reason. Like, there's no, everything that we can even conceive in the imagination is real to some degree. And like, right. We wouldn't, if there was really no God, we wouldn't be talking about him.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
I don't base my entire theism on Anselm's argument, but I remember I wrote a paper in college defending it, and the or at least I remember hearing about it, and I was like, well, this is incontrovertible. And the professor's like, well, what if being is not itself a grade making property, right? I don't know if you're familiar enough with the argument. Yeah. And I was like, okay, well, I guess busted. But, the more I've thought about it over the ensuing 20 years, I'm like, well, I think being is a great making property. And like, that's just, we got to take that as axiomatic.
So this is my speech, which I think ultimately made Antonio feel comfortable calling himself a Noahide, which was, look, Spinoza's God is the bare minimum of an intellectual human being. It's the bare minimum. This idea of God as being, and that there is one God which is being, is the bare minimum of just being a thinking intellectual human. And I'm going to make those arguments. So, like, the Arenic God, right?
Yep.
That's fundamental and basic, and that's fine where it starts.
Yep.
And I'm happy if people believe in that, and that's why I am constantly saying John Vervaeke and sending people to him. And that's the type of God that John Vervaeke believes, and fine, right? But this is what gets Christians to say, I don't know any Jews like you, Jacob, because I actually believe in the agentic God. I believe in the agentic God. I don't just believe in Spinoza's God. I believe in God, the God whose voice shattered the cedars of Lebanon, right? And that doesn't mean that I am an idiot fundamentalist who doesn't understand that my Bible isn't a science book, and that who has to believe things which are, who has to completely divorce my reason from my capacity to actually understand things, right? And so when I say it wouldn't bother me if a UFO landed on the Temple Mount and beings who look like biblical angels came out, and they were from other planets, and just had incredible amounts of technology, right? That wouldn't bother me because, okay, that's the type of thing that in biblical language could only be described as it has been described. And we are in a place where that doesn't actually seem so miraculous to us, right? Like, without the idea of extraterrestrials building, like, our level of scientific advancement has left us to a place where, if the temple falls out of the sky and it's a UFO, we're like, well, that's not miraculous. And it's like, really? That's not miraculous? And 2,000 years ago, somebody actually, like, talking about a temple not built by hands, like, how did you expect that person to explain it, right? But that's fundamentally different from Chazi's temple not built by hands. We'll use bulldozers.
Oh, well.
Right? That's fundamentally different.
There's gradations of what not built by hands could mean, or at least the phenomenon of not built by hands.
Once
Where-
once you're looking for excuses,
Yeah.
that's when you lose me. You're looking for excuses. I'm not looking for excuses. I think the Bible is true in that, like, the idea of like the sun being, and I talk about this way too much, and people don't really seem to find it as convincing as I do with like relativity, right? So like, I don't expect the Torah and the book of Joshua to teach me about relativity and to try to teach people 2,000 years ago about the theory of relativity. And so I don't expect the language to be exact in that manner. But I also don't think those people were just deluding themselves or whatever. I think something miraculous, actually miraculous, happened. Something that is outside, fundamentally outside of our experience. And that's the difference between me and Chazi. He believes in Spinoza's God. He doesn't believe in the agentic God that I do. And that's why I could never take, like, I would have loved to have taken modern orthodoxy seriously. It would have made my life so much easier.
So if Chazi is davening, who's he davening to?
So Chazi just thinks of it as meditation. He doesn't actually, I don't think he actually thinks. He thinks God hears him in a certain way, right? Whereas I think God actually, like, there's actually a God. a real God who is agentic. And that's why for me, right, it's fundamentally, like, I am perfectly fine with anybody being on wherever they are on their journey, because I have full faith that God, like, you don't, if I wasn't here, right, God would be getting you all the guidance that I am in any way capable of helping you with.
Right.
He would be taking care of that.
Well,
I'm not here for you. I'm here for me.
Right. Well, I've thought about it. It's interesting how, it was effectively the YouTube algorithm that got me here, right? And like, certainly I don't think that was Google's intention to turn me into a Noahide or to expose people to Jordan Peterson and what follows, right? So
I still want to see you on PBK. I told PBK about you. I would love to hear you and PBK talking.
yeah, we'd have a little bit of shared context.
You went to Calvin College.
Yeah, did he do his undergrad there, or did he just do?
He did his undergrad there. I keep on forgetting Servetus University. Servetus University. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Don't get too attached to that. I don't think.
You don't have as much faith as I do.
Well, it's funny. The other day, you were talking to him, and you mentioned that I was a Catholic at Calvin, and he said, "Oh, you got to get he said they have to keep the enrollment up." But
yeah,
that might be true now. But I went there 20-ish years ago, so they were tolerant of it. I never got any pushback, but I don't remember that being. They've been in decline since then, I think. Now maybe they were in decline then too, relative to the past, but it's a different place now than it used to be.
Yeah, I kind of I thought of that, and then I didn't bother.
So, and I was never CRC too. So, I mean, Paul would appreciate what RCA is, the Reformed Church in America, and really the two churches I think split over the usage of Dutch and the liturgy. So the old vernacular dispute lives in Protestantism too, and but anyway, yeah. So I think that you know the means that God uses, you could say that the YouTube algorithm is mundane and banal or miraculous, right? Depending on how you want to look at it.
Yes, I mean there is an element of that. I am 100% in agreement. There is an element of that, right?
Yep.
At the same time, I have zero patience for like this kind of self-induced religiosity. Like I I shouldn't say zero patience. It's just I can't take it seriously. I like
What's self-induced religiosity?
this idea that, oh, if I just think of the 6 Day War in biblical terms, then it becomes the equivalent of biblical miracles. Right? Like, oh, if I think of the fighter jets like angels, then it's somehow similar to like angels showing up in the Bible. And it's like, no, I actually believe that those people in the Bible saw things that were had a unlike. Okay, so you know what? I think Mormonism is what makes this clear for me.
Okay.
Joseph Smith and spiritual eyes, right? Like, did you see the golden plates or did you not see the golden plates? And there are Mormon apologists or not, I mean, who are like, yeah, the people who claimed to have seen them saw them with spiritual eyes. And apparently one of the guys who was a witness said that he saw with spiritual eyes. But that's like, it turns it into a figment of your imagination. And I don't think Sinai was like mythologized. I don't think.
No, of course, right. But like, would do modern Orthodox, for instance, like as a
Some
rule,
of them.
not believe that Sinai was a public event that was actually witnessed by people, and that's part of the reason that the phenomenon has survived is because
I think there's definitely people in modern Orthodox who think, oh, they were at a mountain and there was an earthquake and gas, gas came out and people hallucinated, and then they wrote that story down, and over thousands of years it became. Whereas I'm like, no, it was an earth-shattering event where God revealed himself to the world in a certain way that was beyond all human comprehension.
Right, and it couldn't be both from the same phenomenal object, like from the same phenomenal or physical output. Like maybe there were earthquakes and smoke billowing, smoke shooting out.
The question becomes the agency of God.
Yeah.
And I think that is the fundamental. Like, I believe in a God who is actually agentic.
Right.
And people who believe in this sort of religion don't actually believe in an agentic God. I think we don't understand God. So you've heard my ant farm analogy way too many times, I'm sure.
I don't think I've heard that one.
Okay. So imagine I have an ant farm, and it's in the sun, and I know that it's like if I were to leave it where it is, they're gonna fry, right?
Yeah.
And I go and I move the ant farm, and obviously it shakes things up, and all of these ants have no effing clue what's going on,
Right.
right?
Right.
And like they like
They're having an
light
encounter. They're having an encounter with the Arenic god in that situation.
for them, yes.
Well, for
Yes.
them.
Yeah. I am Arenic as far as they're concerned.
Right.
Right? And I somehow find a way of putting it in their tiny ant minds that I saved them from death. They can calm down. Right?
Okay. Right. So you gave him some ant Xanax or something to chill him out.
Somehow, like, in my infinite capacity over them, right? And it's similar things with Happy all the time, right?
Yeah.
When I leave the house and she gets anxious and stuff and destroys my cardboard boxes, not that she actually understands I'm talking to her, but like there are things which, okay, I can't make understood to her, but I can help her understand the best way I can, right? And I think that is what the Bible is, because we're finite, we're tiny little human beings, and God is infinite, and we understand things about as much as an ant does. An ant understands their ant farm being moved out of the sun, right?
Yep.
At the same time, like that doesn't make God not agentic for me. That makes God more agentic than this. Oh well, actually, what happened is that nothing happened, and like there was an earthquake, and Xanax fell like out of the sky, and whatever. You know, yeah. I love you too, Fezzi, even if you are a Kofar baker and you have no halak in Olam Haba.
So maybe the agentic Arenic God number 1, God number 2 is a false dichotomy and a dualism we should reject, because it seems like it gets the boundary between the two is very fuzzy, and then you end up with this. You have to keep trying to categorize the God relationship with us in one category or the other.
No, the God 1, God 2 thing is fundamental to the Hebrew Bible. Hashem hu ha-Elokim, right? The Tetragrammaton is Elokim. This division and interplay between the Arenic and agentic is the fundamental of the Shema. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Understanding that, in fact, there is this dichotomy, and this interplay and dichotomy is fundamental to the story of the Bible, is one of the revelations, and I would say it is the primary and most fundamental revelation of the Hebrew Bible, which includes its instantiation in the Shema, and part of the reason why the Shema is so important. I highly, highly recommend anybody who hasn't already listened to Yosef's discussion with PBK to do so regarding God 1, God 2, and Shem Havaya and Shem Elohim. And if you are studying the Hebrew Bible without, well, in Hebrew, it becomes absolutely obvious. But in the English, paying attention to where it's Lord and where it's God and how that interplays, you're missing the story.
But it's a both and, right?
What do you mean?
God is number one and number two.
That is in fact what the Shema is saying. Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad.
Right.
Yeah.
One
I-
God.
Yeah. Ani Hashem Elokecha. I am the Lord your God. Why does it constantly say, I am the Lord your God? I am both of them.
Yep. But then it feels like we have to interpret which God we're seeing or dealing with.
Yes.
But you're always dealing with both. So if you look at something like the 6 Days War, just to take one of these examples we've used, there is a case to be made that, well, you see the agentic God and the Uranic God at play.
Well,
And
yeah, God. So, I mean, this is very fundamental to how we understand God and how we understand the Kabbalah. And ultimately, like, that was the most earth-shattering thing about Rabbi Steinsaltz's final thing when he started talking about the Trinity. And what Rabbi Almazog, I forget his name, was saying, which was my brain. Sorry, that I got a message. That there is something fundamentally being important being taught by the Trinity, which we have to. This is the thing. This is part of the conversation I've been having with Muslims. Is the Trinity has something to teach too about the Islamic God that too many Jews are comfortable with the Islamic God and completely dismissive of the Trinity. The Trinity is as mistaken as the Muslim monadic God.
right, that he talked about that in the paper.
The heretic is back.
I was literally about to say, is there room here for a heretic like me? I don't know. So nervous.
I love you.
I want to respond. You asked a good question, Yehonatan, like, who is Chazi davening to? So I would have to agree. It's complicated, obviously. I would say, generally speaking, I would have to agree with, I was going to say with what Jacob says, but it's more like what Maimonides says, which is, I do believe in the dichotomy of the agentic and Arenic. And like Jacob says on the Shema Yisrael, Hashem Eloheinu Hashem Echad, so we see that over there as well. And we also see, like we said, that Abraham and Moses, they all meet different versions of even the agentic God himself. They have different relationships with. However, when I pray, generally speaking, my mindset is more like meditative. I don't want to use Spinoza's God because it's more personal than that. However, I don't think that my prayers in let's say a classic sense, like if I'm sick and I pray not to be sick anymore, so now I'm not going to be sick anymore. Or that you know, the community should get together and pray for what's called cancer, and hopefully it will go away. I don't believe that the relationship is like that. I believe that if one, like Maimonides says, if one works extremely hard on orienting oneself and living a certain way, a certain life, then he could then have what we would call hashgacha pratit, which is then more of an agentic or personal relationship. I think there's a lot of social and psychological and even religious good to having the framing of an agentic God always, as in, like, I have times in my life where I have felt very down, and the way I spoke to God was clearly me speaking to an agentic God. However, that is there are emotional responses and there's intellectual responses. So if I'm in this clean little scientific intellectual room, I could tell you that I don't think that's how God presents himself necessarily in this world. That's not to say that, like, if there was suddenly the agentic God Jacob's talking about, I would be like, how can this be? Like, okay, great, awesome. But that's not the relationship I have. I don't think that's the relationship many people have. I grew up, and my children grow up with an agentic God. Okay, that's how I raise them. It's too confusing to discuss about, like, the arenic God or have that kind of relationship with him. And I think we have a system that, and I think the Bible is also doing this, which is explaining to you the story of how are the patriarchs and the prophets, they had interactions and a relationship with an agentic God. But that's just on that end. I want to just say that, like, yes, Jacob was correct when he was sort of correct when he's describing, let's say, my relationship when I'm praying. Of course, I believe in God. And with regards to just the miracles, Jacob, I'm not saying that it's not miraculous. And I'm not saying that, like, and I'm also not saying that we have to interpret the splitting of the sea as, like, there was wind and there was, like, a low tide and there has to be a scientific explanation. However, for myself, I'm not saying this for everyone, over the years, I read like 1 or 2 books. It's the only 2 books I've ever read. I read books which allow me to create my own fencing around my own theological and psychological interpretations, which, even if it wasn't miraculous like we see in the cartoons, I would also be okay with that. And even if the sun didn't actually stop, that doesn't shake my foundation in the religion or my belief in God. I've gone so far, even in your channel, saying that while I don't think this is true, even if I found out that, you know, Freud was right about Moses and he was an Egyptian prince, and that also wouldn't change my relationship with God. Neither would, and I had this conversation on Grizz channel, if aliens came down and said, like, guess what? We planted a seed, that still wouldn't change my relationship with God. But I have that flexibility because I'm not bogged down by, if it's not miraculous, then it must not, then it's not true. Or if he didn't speak or say these words, then it's not true. Now, that is not an exercise I'm telling, you know, my sons should do. Like, you should also realize how, you know, the truth in Islam and in Buddhism and in Christianity, also you could build yourself like this theological playground. I did that for myself over the years. But so that's my personal relationship with God. So I don't know if that clears it up. And I think you would agree that anytime we have these conversations, specifically where it comes to policy, I always say that people should be listening to prominent rabbis, and decisions have to happen with us, like, you know, within the structure. So even if I look at the structure differently than you, that doesn't mean I'm looking to, like the reform or conservative, I'm looking to tear down Chesterton's wall.
You finished?
I'm done.
You are such a koifer! You're living in Israel, and you can say such things. I don't understand you. You koifer!
It's because I'm living in Israel, and I'm already standing inside the redemption time, which I feel comfortable saying these things. You, in exile, of course, still very difficult for you. If only you could see what I see.
You guys are great arch nemesis. a foil,
No, never,
foils
never.
for each
Brother,
other.
I see in the comments, even though one should not read comments, I see I creeped someone out. So I'm sorry.
I was the parts I heard. I was like, okay, so Chezi is establishing his atheist credentials, and like people can see the difference. Why I don't take modern Orthodoxy and Zionism seriously.
First of all, I would say that if you realize that in modern Orthodox circle, I would also be considered a heretic in some places, right? Like there's
Some
people
places.
there's places that are a lot more conservative than I am with this regard. I know, but Jacob, you know you're picking and choosing, right? Because there's plenty of Chassids that would say that your conversation about like no eyes and Shituf is also heresy and nonsense and craziness.
Right, but I'm right and everybody else is wrong.
1 second, let me write this note down. Just make sure for next time I have this. Oh no, not to make this a mistake again, of course. Jacob, is it really so? Do you disagree with that though? That's what Maimonides talks about. Maimonides says that most Jews or most people don't have hashgacha pratit.
Yes, I completely disagree with that. I believe hashgacha pratit in the way the Lurianic Kabbalah and the Hasidic movement, and I believe in the Torah of the Baal Shem Tov, and I believe in the Torah of the Rebbe, and I am very glad that finally we have somebody like the Yanuka who actually believes in God and miraculously knows Torah, and I believe in revelation, and I believe in prophecy, and I believe in Ruach HaKodesh, and yes, I disagree with those parts of Maimonides.
What a silly man, Maimonides, At 27, he should just get kept. Well, it's in the Morris. He was like 48 at the time. But still, what did he know?
Khalila. This is the difference. I believe that the Mishnah Torah was with Ruach HaKodesh, and I don't believe in papal infallibility the way Protestants believe. I don't believe that everything the Rebbe ever said was with Ruach HaKodesh. I don't believe everything Maimonides said was with Ruach HaKodesh. I don't believe everything Moshe Rabbeinu said was with Ruach HaKodesh.
Yeah, I agree with that. Not everything he said was with Ruach HaKodesh. I get
Okay.
You have to break down.
So the Moreh Nebuchim was for Nebuchs, and you had never heard that before? In my
I don't know,
yeshiva,
dude.
that's what they said. Moreh Nebuchim is for Nebuchim.
And Jacob, then there's another question, which it's not personal, but it's personal because like in context it's personal. But like think of JP's conversation about I live as if God exists, right? So A, I believe in God, but B, the life I live is ruled by the system that you're endorsing, right?
Okay.
So I'm living the commandments, my practices, the education, which I would also say,
Rabbi Spiro, you have a very prominent part in my channel. You have a very prominent part in my Discord server. When Nechama comes on, we discuss about how you are in fact Rabbi Spiro, and you should ask your grandfather to give you smicha, and you are. And like I told Mo and everybody else, if Rabbi Spiro is on the board of directors of this new foundation that we're making, he will be a representative for genuine Orthodox Judaism. That doesn't change the fact that I disagree with you fundamentally, but you are within the Daled Amot of Halacha, and you're on your spiritual journey the same way that I am, and you're almost as much of a koifer as I am. Okay.
if only I could get to your level. I'm just trying to get there so I can be
my
more.
My level of kafira is far beyond your level of kafira.
What Yohanatan, hearing this, what does this make you think? silly Jews.
No, that's silly. I did think though. Remind me how you two met. How long have you known each other, and how'd you meet?
Through Paul Vanderklay.
Oh, okay. It was that too. It's all a Jordan Peterson
On
connection?
this, just on this channel. I mean, I'm actually trying to remember.
Chezi came on Bridges of Meaning a few times,
Mm.
and he was on Paul Vanderklay a few times, and we started talking. And I had him on my channel, and it's funny. He's like become one of my best friends. I haven't even met the guy yet, but yeah, like Chezi's kind of become my chavrusa.
In
Go
ahead.
ahead, Jonathan. No,
just-
go ahead.
I was just going to say that it's interesting that the PVK angle for you two, because for me it was purely just the fact that I was familiar with his niche denomination of Protestantism in my backyard, and so I was like, well, I thought it was kind of a grift at first, right? I was like, okay, he's riding the Jordan Peterson coattails, and somehow he popped up in my algorithm, and then the rest is history. But so it's interesting what diverse people have come together around it. But yeah, I don't know that I have a whole insightful perspective to add here. It's my sort of very simplified characterization is Hezi is a practicing Jew but an atheist, whereas Jacob is very much a theist but is not keeping kosher very well. And so if the two of you could just combine your neshamas or whatever, then maybe we'd have, maybe it'd be Mashiach, right? But like, so there it is.
The fact is, if I was living even Chezi's life, I would never be on YouTube.
No, right. You'd be the cloistered monk in the yeshiva, right? Like you wouldn't the equivalent.
That was my dream. That's still my dream. I hope after I die, I get to sit in a yeshiva and learn.
Ironically, I think this for me is like my online yeshiva. I mean, obviously, I learn my other stuff. I listen to my other classes, but like for like a long time, I was telling my wife how like I need I need to make time to learn, but like I didn't want to just do the regular beaten path. And now this to me is, like I mentioned, I called this like the modern day Talmud. This to me is extremely exhilarating, and I'll wear that badge proudly about being Jacob's chavruta. And this is also, I think this is also a good example of what chavrutas look like. Like I've been called like a heretic before in yeshiva, and I've lambasted other people before. So it's all really coming from a right place, and it's an argument for heaven's sake. I think all this little this little corner is for heaven's sake. Which you asked about, Paul. There wasn't really Jewish people or Jewish at the time Jewish thought leaders or rabbis talking about Jordan Peterson. And I was looking for someone that's going to talk about Jordan Peterson from a religious perspective, because that's sort of what I was interested in. So Paul was the closest thing. I think that Paul is not your average pastor, I guess.
No.
And that's why it was clearly like this guy is a lot more flexible, where I felt like a lot. And really his God number one, God number two really caught me off the bat, because I'm like, this is a completely different level of conversation, which really was hitting close to home. I'm like, if someone's already having that level of interpretation, this is a place where I feel like I could express myself somewhat and be heard. Yosef then reached out to me and said that there's this other guy named Jacob that's on this channel, and that's sort of where we started talking. And I know that Paul is still like very much following Jordan Peterson. But I feel like the whole little corner has moved past just the Jordan Peterson, like, fascination. And like, he was a catalyst. He's still there. He's still doing his thing, but we moved on from that, which I think is
Yeah.
also, it's also healthy.
Yeah.
I'm a heretic. Wow. Just thinking about that again. Um,
You know, the Talmud says, "O chavrusa, o masusa." Either a chavruta or death. And honestly, I haven't had a chavruta since I was in yeshiva. So, you give me chias, Chezi. You give me so much chias.
you know, this is though, like, when I'm in a year or so, I'm going to be moving to a new neighborhood, and that is really where I think I'm going to be. It's going to be, this theology of mine is really going to be tested, because I'm moving into a community. I'm living a city where I could sort of just do my own thing, and there are going to be ramifications to that I was slowly sort of breaking down to my wife about how that's going to look like with other neighbors when they're going to be seeing us like as part of the community. Questions are going to be raised. I told her there might be people that are not going to necessarily like eat in our house. My wife already now has to always get like disclaimers of like, my husband's going to say like a lot of things about Judaism and halakha. That's not how we live in our house. Like, he's going to say that like, everything's kosher, but we do have 2 ovens and we do have 2 sinks. So like, ignore my husband's rants. So we'll have to see. But I am anticipating some pushback and some shunning. So it's okay.
Grow your beard long. Start growing your beard long. Grow some payas, and everybody will believe you're actually from. It's all about looking the parts and
That's cynical.
yes, it is. It's part of the reason I got very depressed and left the Orthodox community.
So Jake, so we spoke about this in the past. We actually don't have to get into it. But Yonatan, as far as your story or your journey, if you'd be willing to share, obviously no pressure to. Where are you at? Where are you at now? What are your ruminations?
A couple years ago, or maybe like 18 months ago or so, I sort of started accidentally self-identifying as a Noahide, almost as a joke, because I sort of was not practicing my Christian beliefs, but like did not really embrace atheism, and agnosticism was kind of a goofy default, I thought. And so I actually have been in this. I mean, to me it is kind of right now very much a do nothing belief system, because I just have to follow the 7 laws, and of course some of those are just abstaining from doing bad things, and so I'm kind of really starting a journey of like building on this Noahide thing in earnest, right? So like I'm gonna do my Hebrew study and then take up Jacob on some tutorials of reading or something maybe, but I was raised in a very conservative Protestant Calvinist church. I wouldn't say we were super duper strict at home, but I mean, I think we were, close enough as far as like religious observance. And I went to a Baptist high school, and it was actually the Baptists who got me thinking about Catholicism, because I think they said that like Catholics believed that like Mary was crucified too, because there was some female saint who was crucified evidently or something. So there was all this anti-Catholic propaganda in my Bible class in high school that led me down the trail of like seeing what Catholics actually would say about their beliefs. And of course, as a Protestant, sola scriptura being the kind of guiding principle, I approached Catholicism from a biblical standpoint, and was convinced adequately to join the church. as an 18-year-old, and then I basically lived my 20s kind of just practicing the faith as best as I could, but like in a very secular world. Like, I mean, I was in Chicago. I was none of my friends were Catholics. They were kind of Protestants of very various persuasions. Nobody particularly religious. So it was a fairly lonely existence, and it was tough to find. When you go to mass, like it's very much you're there in a liturgical thing, and you're participating, but it's not as communal by nature as like Protestant churches can be. And so finding a shidduch was rough. And so yeah, I just kind of I fell away from it. I never had a moment of like not believing in it anymore. Although I think there was a certain degree of disillusionment with the church hierarchy and politics and things of that sort. So yeah, I just sort of fell out of everything, and then I think probably spent 10 years kind of just being in a neutral zone, and now I'm kind of picking up this thing. So it's a meandering story for sure. It's interesting that like coming full circle in some ways, because Protestantism, which I had sort of rejected in the past, is now sort of just one of a menu of sort of Christian things, all of which are kind of wrong in different ways. So like I don't privilege one Christian group over another anymore. Although like if you put a gun to my head, I'd probably pick Orthodoxy. So I think there's a hierarchy of Christianity, so to speak, but I don't really have a strong. I don't have a dog in the fight anymore.
You don't have a dog in the fight anymore. Well, that's for sure. Definitely, if you're deciding to live like a Noahide life, right? I'm assuming you're going down like a different track. I guess my question would be like on that track now, right? You mentioned that like it's sort of passive, and there's like the things you're abstaining from doing, but I'm wondering how Jacob's going to take this. You could elect to take on more stuff if you want to.
Yeah, for sure. If I start from the propositional point of view that Judaism is true, then I'm going to look to Judaism to tell me what things are allowed and not allowed, right? So, again, like I haven't gotten deep enough yet to know, and I'm looking for guidance on like what would be on the menu of, I guess, allowed versus not allowed, and understanding the things that are not allowed, like what's the level of like controversy and settledness of those disputes. Like I'm certainly not the one to go looking for the rabbi that will tell me it's allowed, so I can be like, oh, I feel good, I can sleep at night because I found a rabbi that said it was cool for me to do that, right? So even if there's some voices out there that say the Noahides can keep the Sabbath, I think my standard of being comfortable with that's going to be well, I'll say higher. I don't really know how to articulate it. Do I need a like a greater plurality of acceptability or what? But I guess I'm. I would say I'm conservative.
You're already too Jewish. You're like, I don't know about this. That's his opinion. We'll see what he says. Let's see. Like, you're gonna fit. You're gonna fit in.
He's being machmir. It's b'mahuder. I love it.
Yeah, I do fit in, I think, a bit. I have been asked by secular Jews, like I have been assumed to be a Jew by secular Jews before, which I always thought was kind of cute, but like I don't read much into it, but it has happened. But yeah, I'm actually of the I took a Big Five personality test once upon a time, and I have super high openness and super low agreeableness. I'm like the whatever the Myers-Briggs INFJ or whatever the ones like the smallest sliver of the population, but I'm like weekly I and weekly N and weekly F and weekly J. Like I'm not like off the charts on all of those things, but I end up settling there.
I am so judgmental.
Yes, of course. Yeah. So Yeah, we'll get there. But like, I think I don't know if Hezi is around to hear me anymore. But
When he loses, when he goes black like that,
it's a call.
he's getting a
Yeah.
phone call. Yeah.
Well, anyway, it certainly feels like it's going to be a lifelong, if not eternal, path of learning. And so I'm sort of enjoying the ride and not in a big hurry. Whereas I think in the past, making jumps from different Christian groups, it was like dive in, understand everything, and then get into the the system. Whereas this has a different feel to it. It's interesting in some ways. It's far less legalistic. I mean, in the Catholic system and the Orthodox system, like there are venial sins and mortal sins, and if you commit a mortal sin, well, then you're in the going to hell group, and then you have to do your stuff to get out of the going to hell group, and it's kind of anxiety inducing if you have the mind for it. So I think it's pretty rich to accuse the Jews of being legalistic. I mean, the legalism in Judaism is of a far different character, I think, and
it's absolutely astounding. Like for the past 2 years, it's so funny. Like the Christians, like I always just kind of assumed that they were right, that we were more legalistic than they are, and it's like no. The Christians are so much more legalistic, and it's just so bad.
I'm painting with a broad brush. I mean, I think there are some Christian groups that are more or less legalistic in different dimensions, right? I think the Protestantism doesn't have the same system of sins and sacraments, but the legalism can still come through the propositional beliefs, right?
That's the thing. Like the people who are supposedly not legalistic, they end up coming up with their own unconsidered legalism that's far, far worse than anything. Like I did a "Why is Protestant Theology So Bad" on Doug Wilson, and he was just he was trying to get legalistic, and it was just so incredibly horrible. Like when you don't practice actually thinking about things very much, and you don't have the several thousand years of Masorah that we do and frankly, what feels to me like it had to be a revealed system that it's just so beautiful. You deal with it. It's absolutely beautiful in how it's. Yes, we are very deliberate in terms of our laws and rules, but because it is a system that is actually thought out and well designed, it's miraculously beautiful to me.
I would mention that even in the system, I think I mentioned this once before, but even in our system, which people could say it's intense, there's stoning and there's killing and there's hanging. The Talmud gives an example of a man that sins, and then he's brought to court, and then the court starts with their questions like, did you know it was a sin? And he says yes, I knew it was a sin. Well, were there two witnesses that saw you? Yes, there's two witnesses. Were you aware of the two witnesses? Yeah. And they go down the whole list, which would be okay, the guy clearly knew what he was doing. And the Talmud ends it with, then the Sanhedrin say, if he was aware of all this and he still did it, he must be crazy. And that's why we still don't kill him, because he's crazy. And the thing with slavery, and there is the concept of slavery, which is different than how slavery is done in the world.
Not chattel slavery.
Correct. Either way, that is still within the legal system we built. It basically becomes it disappears. It can't happen. You have to feed him first. So basically, like, never have a slave, and it doesn't really make sense. So like, the system really does everything it can to constantly be very psychologically sensitive, even if it was. It's very impressive how psychologically sensitive they were 2,000 years ago. Same thing with the sages. So while it's very legalistic, it's a lot more flexible. And I also think I was surprised within denominations how much difference there is, because in Judaism, yes, there's differences, but like, everyone's praying together in the same synagogue, and everyone recognizes everyone basically as sort of like fair game. But it seemed like in the Christian courts, things are a lot more divisive between the denominations, or how they see each other. So I was actually quite surprised when I was introduced to that. Unfortunately, right now I need to pick up child number 2 from jujitsu. So
Peace.
see you guys.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu. Yeah, he was dropping him off when you left. Yeah, I mean, I can understand the legalism if God gave you commandments. You want to make sure you're doing them very exacting, and because that's your relationship with God, or at least part of how it's mediated, or all of how it's mediated. And so,
But what's really important is when you don't split the spirit from the letter, and you assume, like we do, that the spirit is encased in the letter, and you care about the spirit while you do your legalism. And like, when the Bible says, God says, I do not want the wicked to die, we take that really, really seriously.
mm-hmm.
And that helps us understand our legal system. And so rabbinic courts have barely ever put anyone to death.
Sure.
Like, the number of known cases of rabbinic courts putting people to death, and like, plenty of them, I would say, are examples of people behaving badly. But there are so few of them I could discuss. I think probably all the known ones. Once every 70 years, Kazi says. That's according to the Mishnah.
Yeah, you can't separate the spirit and the letter of the law, right? The letter of the law by itself is bad, but the spirit of the law without the letter, it doesn't even exist. The law has a letter. That's how it starts. Like, that's the
Well, it's
the shape.
not that. Like, if God is the author of those letters, right?
Yep.
You have to have like a sort of reverence for the letter of the law that Jesus had, and Paul obviously didn't.
Yep. I need to go eat lunch. It's been a long one.
I should probably go do my homework, but I'm gonna stick around for a little while in case anybody wants to jump on.
Okay.
Especially because YouTube tells me that this is the most watched hour of the day on my channel. So
Oh, good statistical
yeah,
reason to stick around. Well, it looks like we have 6 people right now.
we only have 6 people, so this is the hour apparently when the people on my channel are most on thing. You go eat lunch. I will
Okay.
hang around here and
All right.
try to figure this out.
Peace.
Hey Max. Yes, jujitsu. Jonathan is a very nice guy. Did I not put the link in the? The link's there. Anybody wants to join? Hey Jacob, do you pay much attention to world politics? More than I should. I will be back. Thoughts on Russia and Ukraine? I think we are insufficiently paying attention to the theological disputes. This is and split in the schism in the church that is resulting between the Russian Orthodox Church and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. I think that's important. I think we have not seriously discussed the policy ramifications of the fact that we guaranteed Ukraine's sovereignty in exchange for Ukraine giving up its the nuclear weapons of the USSR that they held. While some people will talk about not having delivery devices and stuff like that, and competence to secure those nuclear weapons, Ukraine did agree to give up those nuclear weapons in exchange for guarantees of sovereignty. And the fact that we have not upheld that means that in the future, nobody is going to give up nuclear weapons. That is incredibly dangerous and bad. I think too few people are taking note of the fact that it was Biden's weakness that elicited the attack on Ukraine, and that is incredibly bad and dangerous, and something that certainly the left doesn't want to talk about, but particularly the Malibu meditator types are not taking into consideration that their defeat of Donald Trump with someone who is essentially incompetent was not a light issue. It has had horrible ramifications. And we have to seriously consider the morality of what we are doing, which is using Ukraine, much as how we use Israel, as a cat's paw in our proxy wars. And that is, I mean, that's something that's happening that some people don't want to talk about publicly, and maybe if I were in Congress or I were the president, I wouldn't talk about publicly. But let's face it, any adult who's paying attention should be recognizing what that means for in terms of policy. Now, should we be spending billions of dollars fighting this proxy fight? It's hard to justify. It's really hard to justify. Too few people understand Bretton Woods, and I think that's the treaty and the role that the United States plays in international commerce and securing international commerce. Too few people understand the hit to the entire world that an end to Pax Americana means. Pax Americana allows Europe and many other countries to flourish in ways that without our military spending, I mean, Jimmy Dore is an intelligent and good person who asks a lot of important questions, and is a voice that I would always want to be in the actual voice, right? An actual voice who is speaking. At the same time, I think our level of analysis should be strong enough that we are not merely completely writing off the value of Pax Americana in simple terms of commerce. And yeah, if we fail to protect Ukraine, that is going to have huge consequences. If I were president, I'm not eligible to be president and nobody would make me president. My response to Putin would have been, we assured in a nuclear deal that that Ukraine's sovereignty would be maintained. I would have said, if you attack, if you enter an inch of Ukrainian territory on my watch, I will use a nuke on Russia. And I would have meant it. That is what we should have done. That is what I think Donald Trump would have done. But that's not the world in which we live in. The world in which we live in is we are fighting a proxy war, one which is humiliating Putin, and that's good. We are spending billions of dollars, and as adults, maybe we need to set things up more transparently so it is more clear to the vast majority of Americans how exactly Bretton Woods functions. And I think Donald Trump was, in fact, trying to make that clear. Funny enough, John Kerry, in one of his testimonies before Congress, kind of sort of made that clear, and the left lost its mind. Saudi Arabia is financing our wars. Saudi Arabia is financing our wars. I think we need more clear financial transactions and budgeting, transparent ones, such as members of NATO directly paying the United States for our military in actual payments, which may make Americans better understand what's going on. But we cannot maintain what we've been maintaining. I hope that's all clear. Not sure that's what you were anticipating or hoping for.
Hey, Jacob.
Hey, Timothy.
You hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I usually go by Tim.
Tim. How are you, Tim?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Um, I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more about like current Judaism. You talked about you talked about the Reform, the Conservative, and then you talked about three different delineations of Orthodox, one of which was Hasidic. What were the other two?
So Hasidic is considered part of what's called the Haredi. Hey, Chad. So Orthodoxy has two wings, which is modern Orthodox and Haredi, which gets translated to ultra Orthodox. That's actually a pejorative term, so I don't like
Okay.
using it. But most people don't know how to even write the word Haredi, and like had never heard it. But that's the proper term for the ultra Orthodox as opposed to the modern Orthodox. And Hasidic generally is mostly in the ultra Orthodox camp, although some of it is, especially what's called Neo Hasidism, is in the modern Orthodox camp. And so the thing with the Hasidic movement is that it started about 300 years ago and went through Orthodox Judaism like wildfire. I consider myself Hasidic, kind of. And it's been incredibly influential to the point where the people who, when it first started, were opposed to it. They called themselves mitnagdim, which means people who oppose. And that became kind of a pejorative term, and people don't really talk about themselves in those terms anymore. And it's become common to call the non-Hasidic world Litvish, meaning Lithuanian, because that's where the center of opposition to Hasidism was. And the non-Hasidic world is often called either Yeshivish or Litvish, meaning people who, and while there are people who are still opposed kind of to Hasidism, they don't speak about it loudly. So like the Hasidic movement, I would like to think, and I would assert, has in fact kind of taken over Judaism. Some people lament that fact. Some people celebrate that fact. I tend to celebrate it mostly, although there are parts of it that I lament, and I joke about creating Hasidic Christianity and how I've been trying to bring Hasidic ideas to Christianity. But yeah, did that clear things up a bit?
Yes, I have lots of other questions, but yeah, it does. One other question is there's in our town there's a building called Chabad House, and I see the guys, I think, wearing the black hats around
Yes.
it. How does that locate in what you described?
So Chabad is one Hasidic dynasty. That is actually, here, let me bring it down. This is a picture of the seventh Chabad Rebbe. He passed in 1994, and no successor was named. Partially because many Chabad Hasidim still think that he is a candidate to be the Messiah. The Rebbe was revolutionary, and one of the revolutionary things he did was I have a biography of him on my shelf, which is called Turning Judaism Outwards, which is he took what is, yeah, there it is, Turning Judaism Outwards, outward. He took, so Hasidim tends to be very insular, and he sent out Hasidic people to all over the world, and to help Jews be more Jewish. And Chabad houses, you will find more Chabad houses, and you will find the most religious Chabad Hasidim, including in Sacramento, Rabbi Cohen, who is an incredible scholar, and in any other Hasidic movement would probably be on a rabbinic court, and he's in a tiny Jewish community that barely exists in Sacramento, because the Rebbe sent his best students out to the middle of nowhere. There are Chabad houses. There's a joke we tell in the Jewish community. When the first Jew arrives on the moon, they'll be met by a Chabad chassid offering to put on tefillin, because like they hold Passover seders in Nepal just for all the Israeli tourists who use their spring break to go to Tibet, and they have a seder there for all these people who are there for the Tibetan monks. So Chabad is, I identify with Chabad, like if I were to pick a Hasidic dynasty. So the Hasidic movement, part of it was Hasidic dynasties of rabbis, which aren't exactly hereditary, but they're kind of hereditary.
Okay, I remember you talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are various Hasidic dynasties, and Chabad is one of the larger Hasidic dynasties in terms of certainly its influence on broader Judaism. It's not one of the largest in terms of actual Hasidim. So there are most of the people who go to Chabad synagogues are not actually observant Hasidic people. So like in Sacramento, I think there's maybe 10 actual Hasidic people, and Rabbi Cohen is out in the middle of nowhere ministering to years ago I went and visited, and I slept over at the Chabad house actually with my friends, because but like I was one of the very few people who did not drive on the Sabbath at the time when I came and visited. I was thinking of going to UC Davis, and that's why I came up there.
Gotcha.
And
so that kind of explained why it seemed like I saw a mix of people. Like went to a menorah lighting this year.
Oh, right.
With one of the groups. I think it was the Chabad house in Folsom,
Right.
and I kind of saw a mix of people. Like some people that were wearing the costume, and others that were not. Right.
Yeah. So that's what explains it.
Okay.
The Rebbe sent his Hasidim out to the middle of nowhere, including like there were Chabad shluchim at Woodstock. My rabbi and I seriously considered taking something to Burning Man just to have there for people who wanted to have a Friday night Shabbat meal at Burning Man. Like that's the type of crazy turning Judaism outward thing that the Rebbe inspired.
Huh. That's very interesting. I also wanted to ask about like some of the stuff we see in the media or whatever. Like for example, like celebrities and everybody, you know, like Larry David, people like that. Where do they fit in here? Are these the reform guys?
Yeah, so this is the funny thing. Like, if you ask them, they would generally say we're reform.
Uh-huh.
Um, the funny thing is, a lot of them, they kind of think of reform as Judaism light, right? They're like, okay,
Mm.
I don't actually keep kosher and I don't keep Sabbath, but they think, oh, the Orthodox people, they're the real believers in Judaism.
Mm.
And so those people will go to Reform and conservative synagogues. Like my family, you know, it's a weird mix of like my sister didn't like the fact that my third nephew decided to have an Orthodox bar mitzvah, which meant that my sister didn't get to go up to the Torah with him the way she did for the two older ones who got their bar mitzvah at a conservative synagogue. At the same
Mm.
time, like my sister doesn't actually believe in any of the things reform and conservative like say they like believe in. Like reform and conservative actually have like beliefs, but like most of the Jews who go there, they still believe real Judaism is Orthodox Judaism. And
Gotcha.
reform and conservative only exists in the United States. They don't really exist anywhere outside the United States.
So, like going back to like the context, like in terms of like anti-Semitism and stuff in the 1800s,
Mhm.
and you said that the Orthodox, or so it sounds like the Reform Judaism began before that.
Right.
And what was the population like? I mean, was their context similar to today in the sense that there's this sort of gradient, and some people are going to the Reform synagogues, and others are going to the Orthodox synagogues, and the Orthodox are a minority, etc. So, like, what
Oh,
was the context for people like Gentiles, like their contact with Judaism at the time, like?
well, it depended which country you were in. So
Hmm.
reform started in Germany, and the fact that the Holocaust started in Germany did not has not escaped the Jewish imagination, and to the point where there are some Orthodox, not prominent people, but generally, although there are even some prominent people who are like, yeah, the Holocaust was God's response to reform uh, bearing its
Oh,
ugly head.
I see.
Um, and so, I mean, that's not something the Rebbe ever approved of anyone ever saying. So I don't approve of saying anything like that. But um, there are definitely communities which are like reform existed in Germany, basically, which was a epicenter of Jewish life, definitely, and um, European Jewry was destroyed by the Holocaust. I mean, about a third of the world's Jews just disappeared,
Yeah.
and so and they were overwhelmingly the least religious Jews because like
Hmm.
the Nazis didn't care what you believed, and this is something that actually gets said a lot more. Is yeah, if like the Gentile world doesn't care whether you believe in Judaism or not, they see you as a Jew, and so for a lot of people, especially the Larry David types, their Judaism is as much defined by who Hitler called a Jew as the actual religion of Judaism, because and I've heard it myself. Like when I say reform isn't Judaism, reform and conservative people will say, "Yeah, you know what? Hitler thought we were Jewish enough."
Yeah.
And it's a weird position to be in, but so obviously reform in Germany was absolutely decimated. In the United States, like a lot of people who came to the United States went to reform and conservative synagogues, mostly because they drove on the Sabbath and they knew that the rabbi doesn't approve. And in certain Orthodox rabbis were like, if you don't drive to my synagogue on the Sabbath. Obviously, Chabad, lots and lots of people drive to Chabad houses on the Sabbath. And like that's a whole thing. But yeah, so in Europe, in certain countries, it was in those countries that had the Hasidic movement, reform never got a start at all. Reform only got its foothold in those communities which were not Hasidic, which was most of, and this is part of what happened with the Holocaust, is Judaism became a lot more Hasidic because the Hasidim were the ones who were least likely, who died in the lowest numbers. Although I have to say, anti-Semitism today, like anti-Semitic attacks, are overwhelmingly against Hasidic Jews because they're the ones who are visibly Jewish. And many Reform and conservative Jews, they kind of pass, but and they often can pass. Like nobody remembers that Alicia Silverstone is Jewish. Right? She's blonde, beautiful, doesn't speak with a New York accent, right? You know, and that's the funny thing. Like New York accents and German last names have become markers of being Jewish. It's like, yeah, not everybody whose name is Schwartz is Jewish. Guess what? Most people whose name is Schwartz, Arnold Schwarzenegger is not Jewish. Surprise, surprise. But and neither is Klaus Schwab. Surprise, surprise. But yeah. So
I don't believe I'm involved in any anti-Semitic groups or have any interaction with those people.
Yeah.
But my impression of it is that the kinds of complaints that people have that I hear are about, you know, the Larry David type people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like in charge in Hollywood and stuff like that. But it's like that's not the guys here in Roseville, you know, at the Chabad house or whatever.
Certainly not at the Chabad house. The weird thing is, yeah, the attacks are overwhelmingly at the most religious people, and the complaints are overwhelmingly with the least religious people.
Right. So you mean by attacks, you mean like physical, like vandalism and stuff like that.
Certainly vandalism. There's a lot of assaults. I mean, I never, when I was dressing in Hasidic garb, I was never physically assaulted. Somebody spit at me. There was a truck that stopped while I was walking down the street, stopped and called and said "effing Jew" and drove away. Um, it's been a couple of years now, but somebody tried to run over two guys leaving a synagogue I used to go to with their car on just a street here in Los Angeles. He missed them, turned around, came back, tried to run them over again.
I wonder if the Mormon missionaries get this kind of stuff too.
Not on the same level.
Yeah, that's weird to me. It's I don't know. I guess I don't really.
Yeah, getting. I mean, especially the black anti-Semitism. In New York, the black Hebrew Israelites assaulting you. You probably didn't hear Chazi's story about when he was visiting New York with his parents. So he was visiting New York with his parents, and he sees some black Hebrew Israelites preaching on a street corner, and he was I don't know, like a young man, and he goes up to them and he's like, "Oh, you're Jewish, I'm Jewish too," and they're like, "F you, you're not Jewish." And he didn't understand what he's talking about, what these people are saying.
I have no idea what that is.
Black Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah.
They're the real Jews.
Oh.
Yeah,
like me.
They're Jewish and we're not. We actually, this is the Black Hebrew Israelite story. They were the real Jews. Then a bunch of white Jews like me came and sold them into slavery and took over their birthright. And now they've rediscovered that they're the real Jews and we're the fake Jews. And they are very loud, militant, prominent in the Black community. An estimated 1 million Black people have some Black Hebrew Israelite beliefs in the United States, and they regularly physically attack religious Jews and have murdered, I don't know, probably around a dozen people in the last few years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, I got to get going. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later, Tim.
Bye.
On that bright note, is a dozen too high of a number? The number of people murdered by Black Hebrew Israelites? Maybe half a dozen people. I know the murders. They've murdered at least 5 people in the past 3 years. Let's Google that. Oops. How many people were murdered by Black Hebrew Israelites in the United States? SPLC Center. Hate groups. It doesn't give a number. 2019, attacked a kosher grocery store in New Jersey, and 2 Jews were killed in Jersey City, and a 72-year-old rabbi was stabbed to death. They don't, and yeah, he died 3 months later. They don't mention that 2 Gentiles were murdered in that attack as well. So that's 5. That's the 5 that I knew of. Lifeway Research asked 1,019 African Americans, which of the following best describes your opinion of Black Hebrew Israelite teachings? Most respondents, 62%, said they are not familiar with the teachings, but 19% said they agree with most of the core ideas taught by Black Hebrew Israelites, and 4% said they consider themselves Hebrew Israelites. That's 4% of the Black population, which is 41 million people, and that would mean there's 1.6 million Black Hebrew Israelites in the United States. Yeah. So and I had not heard of Mukhairig, or however you say Mukhairak, probably. Although, yes, you have mentioned him a few times. Bryce.
Jacob,
Have I spoken to you before?
once. Yeah, before
Once.
Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Yeah. How are you?
You need to turn off your YouTube.
Once. Yeah, before Thanksgiving. I've got a delay here. How are you?
You have to turn off your. You need to turn off your YouTube.
There we go.
There you go.
I'm like, that was a little disorienting. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, StreamYard. It's when you're first starting to use StreamYard, it's a common thing to just click on and StreamYard opens, and you still have YouTube in the back, and then it starts echoing.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's my second time on. So yeah, I met you right before Thanksgiving actually, and had wanted to use some of my break to try and continue the conversation, but life has been interestingly busy, so that didn't work.
Good busy or bad busy?
Oh, good, but intense. I have 5 boys, so
Mazel
they
tov.
are a handful, and our schedule is often pulled in a million directions, as you can imagine. So
That's funny. I know somebody with 5 girls.
oh yeah, well I should meet them.
Do you live in Colorado?
No, we live in Texas. So I'm here,
Not so far.
not too far away. It actually is. I'm in Austin, so it's a long drive any direction, but no, it's good to chat. Yeah, when we last chatted, I kind of wanted to, and I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to get into it, but put a bug in your ear. You said some interesting things about the confessing church movement, and seeing that as I guess a historical parable we're going to need to be prepared to learn from. And I would love to explore that with you some more. Don't know how much time I'll have, but I'll do what I can. We're having a snow day, by the way, now. So like all the kids are in the house. So it's.
I see. So you get off work, but you also have all the kids. Is that what's
Yeah, and exactly. Yeah. And there's some. It's like an eerie reminder of what it was like during COVID.
Well, my idea has so yeah, as far as the confessing church, like I think theologically the spirit needs to be out there, and I think that when you're talking about a spiritual battle, a cathedral is kind of like a fortress. And that's why I'm calling what will likely be called, but possibly not, the Joyful Mother of Children Foundation as this cathedral that I'm trying to help build as a fortress for spiritual battle.
Mm.
And if you didn't see my chat with Mo from last Friday, I highly recommend it. Mo is my designee to, not that I get to designate, but I think, get to point attention to him. So he is a CRC pastor in Chicago, well known to a lot of people I trust in this little corner, and willing to undertake being the executive director of this foundation, which for now we're calling Joyful Mother of Children. That is a reference to Psalms. It's a common name in Hebrew for Jewish organizations, obviously not so much for Christian organizations. And
what's the mission of it?
We haven't established a mission yet. But it is going to be pro-natal and pro logos and pro Bible, and try to support the various endeavors in this little corner. And so right now, what Mo is thinking is that 3 kind of broad projects. One of them would be the YouTube channels that we've been talking about in terms of having a 24/7 just chatting, and having other YouTube channels which would run TLC content, and they would kind of be a showcase of TLC content. So the foundation would run that, and in terms of being able to, actually kind of defining, okay, this is a channel for TLC. Somebody has to decide which what's included, what's not included in that. And so the foundation would be the authority responsible for that, for those channels, YouTube channels. The second big project, Michael Sartori had an absolutely genius idea that he's working on, which is he's getting tradesmen together to apprentice young men, and the apprenticeship is going to be not just in the trades, whatever the trades are, but it's going to include a moral formation and Bible component. And so he's calling that Tectonic School. And so that's a project that hopefully this foundation is going to be able to help support. Then there is, and any similar projects that, like, if people, so what kind of the idea with that is Michael is running his project, right? He's the one who's running his school. But the foundation hopefully will make it so that he doesn't actually have to incorporate and 990s and dealing with all that stuff, right? That the foundation in the background could support a project like that, or any similar project that comes up, right? If somebody wants to donate, and I highly recommend Christians consider donating to Michael's effort. It sounds like a beautiful effort. The foundation could, like, make sure the 990s and the 501c3 and, like, the charitable deduction and, do all of the stuff that hopefully Michael shouldn't need to, in fact, do. And for any similar project to Michael's, right? It's just back end.
Opportunities to work together side by side and share in common.
Well, back end support for projects in this little corner that are promising. And the third thing would be the types of conferences that we've been talking about, like Thunder Bay and in Europe. Not that people wouldn't be able to put on their conferences however they want, the way that they're doing right now, but that this organization would provide technical support and basically a way of centralizing and and like advertising such things on the channels that it's running, stuff like that, and back-end technical support for things like that. And so we're seriously looking at a conference in February of 2024 in Jerusalem. And that's something that that kind of came up, but that may be in fact, like the founding event for this foundation is the conference in Jerusalem in February 24th, 2024.
Next year. Very cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it, man. That's exciting. I love that there's just boots on the ground, concrete ways of collaborating and working together, and then those conversations emerge out of that shared endeavor.
And let me just put a little advertisement out there. Anybody who might be interested on serving on the board of directors of this foundation, right now the only really concrete requirement that we have is that you must serve as a married couple. Obviously, a heterosexual married couple shouldn't have to say that, but I guess I do. There's definitely going to be fundraising requirements if you want to write the check yourself and you're more than welcome to. But the organization, once it gets set up, is probably going to be a membership organization of people who are willing to contribute at least a little bit, probably more than a lot of people will be comfortable contributing, but we're not talking crazy amounts. But $1,000 a year shouldn't, like, if contributing $1,000 a year is not where you're at, you may want to be contributing to other things than the back end support of the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a membership organization, and there would be some level of elections for the board of directors. At the same time, we're going to have it defined and battened down enough so that people can be very, very comfortable that this organization will never go woke. And so the initial board of directors looks like right now, at least Chazi and his wife are going to be serving on it. And Eamon Wilson and Catherine Wilson are quite likely to be serving on it. There are lots of people who are supportive of this project, whether or not they're actually going to be serving on the board of directors. There is eventually going to be some sort of statement of beliefs that is going to be incumbent on all members, and the board of directors are going to be members. And like I said, the board of directors is only going to be open to married couples serving as couples.
Mm-hmm.
And that should hopefully make anyone who's in any way woke not even want to be a member of an organization that has a requirement like that, but B, certainly not sit on the board of directors, because, and this is part of why it's Joyful Mother of Children, like the view that is going to be ingrained in this is going to be pronatal and a very positive towards motherhood.
Mm-hmm.
And if your concept of feminism and female empowerment somehow is negative towards motherhood, you should probably find a better place to try to get involved.
It makes me think of a study done by the sociologist Mary Eberstadt. I think she's Roman Catholic. Have you heard of her?
I haven't.
Trying to think of the name of the book. Oh, what is it? I'll Google it. Her thesis is interesting. She says it's not that secularism leads to the death of the family. It's the reverse. Death of the family leads to secularism.
I can definitely that. First of all, I mean, yes, I would kind of agree with that. I think part of the problem is atomized individuality. This idea that we, as individual human beings, are. I think it is a mistake to say that the individual is the basic unit of society. I think the married couple is the basic unit of society. And I mean, obviously, that's religious for me. That Code of Jewish Law in the section, it's divided in 4 sections, one of which is regarding marriage. And the first law there is a man who is not married is not considered human.
Mm.
I mean, that's the gloss there, but yes. Yeah, when I was trying to think, okay, what would make me happy to support an organization that I know will never be woke and will have the basic beliefs that I do. I just thought married couples only on the board of directors just makes a ton of sense. First of all, because if nothing else, you know that you're selecting on your board of directors people who aren't psychopaths.
It's a at scale. It's like the smallest scale of what your view of how we're created. Like, what's the relational web or network that we're made for?
Mm-hmm.
And like quite literally, we're without a mom and a dad and a family nest, we know that we can't exist. So relationally, that's at that scale, but also like groups, which is why I do love the thought of like a confessing renewal, because I don't know, you have these fragmented different Christian groups, right?
Mm.
But I think what we see, so this is shifting to the complete other side of the scale spectrum. It's been nothing but splintering since 500 years of the Reformation. Now we're seeing in hyper-modern context that we need Orthodox, Catholic, Protestant to come together and recognize what we share in common.
Mm.
And to me, what was exciting about the confessing movement was, particularly like in the theology of Barth, was recognizing, oh, wait a second, we Christians really need to read the 9th through 11th chapter of Romans a little more closely, particularly the metaphor of the engrafted branches on the olive branch, on the olive tree, and understand that our election is for a community of relationship. I'm sneaking that in. I had an agenda in making that comment, but I see that. I totally see a parallel in that we aren't individuals. We're made for these relationships. And so, yeah, so having an honor and a place for the nuclear family, the covenant as it's reflected there, and also covenant communities relating.
Okay, so I'll stick in my dig. The reason in Judaism so many things are named joyful mother of children is because it is our sneaking way of referring to God.
Say
And,
more.
I mean, the joyful mother of children is the Holy Spirit, which is God.
Oh, I love that.
Not very Trinitarian though.
Maybe I don't know. Like, do you
God-
think? But do you think it's? Do
God,
you think it's open?
the Mother is the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. But obviously, yeah, because no, I would say that, but not anti-Trinitarian or not impossible to be embraced by a Trinitarian. I would say it that way.
I think you might want to talk to some Trinitarians about the idea of the Holy Spirit being the Mother.
Well, the part that I see there is the like, particularly from a Calvinist perspective, the view is the Spirit of God has to regenerate you. Like, you really do not have the capacity of yourself, and so in that sense you have to be given new birth. So I've always read like the third chapter of John component as having that.
Well, I mean, the fruits of the Spirit, like I am
Yeah.
100% behind, and like you know, as far as I am concerned, like in a Jewish context, Em Habanim Smecha makes a ton of sense, and there's a reason why. Like, there's a synagogue that I've gone to, which is named Em Habanim Smecha, right?
Yeah.
And there are books like written, and it's a common, like it's a recognizable phrase in Hebrew.
Yeah.
I think it certainly challenges how most Christians view God.
So would the group, but would the group wouldn't have like a creedal entrance test that says, you know, only non-Trinitarians are welcome?
No.
It would be more like a cooperative thing.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, and that's part of the reason why the executive director had to be Mo. So Mo is a CRC pastor,
right?
And I want Protestants to feel like, oh, this isn't, you know, Jacob the Judaizing Pharisees way of, like, you know, taking Jesus away from us type thing.
Yeah.
At the same time, what I say is I don't want it to be my cathedral, but I want it to be a cathedral in which I can have a pew, and that's why Chazi being on the board of directors is, I think, a good inclusion. We've also been talking about including Catholics on the board of directors, and even Muslims. And frankly, I think the statement of belief, if it is focused on the 5 books of Moses, can be something that Jews, Christians, and Muslims and Petersonians of basically every stripe can kind of endorse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's exciting that there's creative thought for kind of a meaningful forum that's more than just conversation, but actual side by side, hands on the ground, actual serving, actually doing something together. You know, growing up, I just they were all the isolated labels of, you know, yes, I went to my friend's bar mitzvah, so, but there was nothing like an organization that, you know, unless you happen to be part of, I don't know, the local Shriner Club or something, but there wasn't anything that had a noticeably theologically motivated common ground sort of drive that would intentionally draw people together, that was you obviously can't be too creedal, but you also can't be non-creedal or anti-creedal in order to do that. And so it's an interesting, I don't know, it's creative, it's intriguing.
So this was actually one of my big concerns, was and continues to be that I don't want it to be too much like Masonry, because CRC still has a prohibition on joining Masonry, as the Catholic Church kind of sort of still does.
Yeah.
And I mean, I did join DeMolay, which is like the junior Mason, so I have no problem with Masonry, but certainly a lot of people do, including in Judaism. I don't want this to be kumbaya ecumenism.
Yeah.
But I want it to be brave ecumenism.
Yes.
And serious engagement, which honestly the Jewish community, the Orthodox Jewish community, has avoided for a very long time, and that's part of the reason why it's so hard to get rabbis who are actually willing to engage seriously in this form of ecumenism. And that's why basically all the rabbis you get involved in them are what I call rabbits. And yeah, it's difficult, and it's difficult conversations, but it's honest and trusting.
Yes.
It's faithful conversations in people who believe in the Logos.
Faith seeking understanding in its truest sense of the word. No, I love that. That's so good. Yeah, it seems like the price of admission to most ecumenism is weak, flaccid jettisoning of cargo of your actual belief. Your any substance and robust conviction has to just get shoved under the rug in order to be polite. So that's hard to figure out how to have hard conversations, but it's also where real community can emerge, and real respect and real dialogue.
Right.
I mean, that's what I've seen. I've not been able to participate a lot. My life is insanely busy, but I've been watching and listening to a lot of Paul's channel. That's the spirit, and I think what's so attractive of it, and especially the way y'all engage, is just the way there's real differences, and then there's also space to actually hash that out and talk. So it's what we need more of.
I mean, there's a real space for kumbaya type engagement, and it's necessary. I think the fact that I don't have to worry about you punching me when I say things about the Trinity kind of helps. And the fact that my backlog is there, and you can tell that I'm not, and so one of the videos I made, which nobody watched, but is, I think, one of the most important videos I made, is Parrhesia, Parrhesia. And this is an important concept that I think we need to talk about a lot more. But yeah, I mean, so Chad says, yes, but for what end? Do we serve or do we talk? Obviously, if it's just talk, it's worthless. Like, it's worthless. What do they say? Words are wind, right?
Yep.
But if it is truthful speech, your thoughts inspire your words, which inspire your actions, and an actual commitment to the logos. And I think we have to have an actual commitment to the logos.
Yes.
It means, and this is part of the reason why I've gotten on my anti-Martin Luther and anti-Protestant, like I have been attacking Protestant theology directly, because there is and it honestly, like, people think I do it lightly, and I'm not doing it lightly at all. Like, trespassing on other people's religions is against my religion.
Yeah.
But this is beyond the problem of this idea that Luther had of grace-filled righteousness versus works-based righteousness. Like, this is absolutely destructive to the fiber of society. It is a theological aberration that must be confronted.
Yeah. But what's interesting, Bonhoeffer's critique of the Lutheran cheap grace.
I do not.
Okay, in The Cost of Discipleship, that Bonhoeffer wrote, he kind of opens with this idea that grace is free, but it is not cheap. And he critiques the corruption of that idea of free grace that does have kind of that Protestant Lutheran pedigree. It has all varieties of Protestant pedigree. The idea that if something's free, then it's really not that big of a deal. And he turns that on its head and talks about, the cost of discipleship is that you come and lay down your life. The cost of discipleship is something that is, the grace is free, but the cost is, it could not be higher. It could not be more all encompassing. But no, I get you. I just mention it to say there is also, even within certain Protestant conversations, a critique of that notion that that grace means no works. There's a whole conversation about lordship salvation. If there's no lordship, there's no salvation. There's no actual no obedience, then no true grace is kind of the idea there. But yeah, it's something that easier said than done.
So Chad would love to chat with you on this. I'm guessing he's talking about you, because obviously, Chad, you're always with this guy. Yeah. Chad's always welcome on my channel, and you're welcome on my channel. Yeah, I mean, and if you're talking about the podcast Reformations by Dale Tuggy, I have listened to some of the things. I am not sure exactly. I don't remember him talking specifically about this cheap grace versus costly grace divide. And I have heard people talk about cheap grace and how it's wrong. But ultimately, I mean, the book Reformations. Okay, I don't know that book. I think Protestants seriously need to bury Martin Luther. I keep on talking about making a video, Martin Luther is Dead, in which I actually advocate and explain my position, and I probably will once I'll probably make that tomorrow or Friday.
Yeah, I mean, he also had some pretty problematic things to say about Jews. So
Yes, I noticed.
I think I'm with you. I certainly have no interest in what's the word, repristinating history and making a. I think we do this a lot with our heroes, our religious heroes. We're tempted to lionize them, and I don't know.
Look, we need saints. This is
Yeah,
one of the things.
Yes.
This is one of the things that I think Protestants have gotten absolutely wrong. We need saints, and
we do need saints. Yeah, we need role models. They're absolutely.
And so, I mean, I'm glad that Paul Vanderklay says the protest needs to end sometime. I think the protest does need to end sometime. And for a lot of Protestants, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to become Catholic. Although, frankly, I think you're being very Protestant if in the United States you join the Eastern Orthodox Church. There is a bit of Protestantism in being Eastern Orthodox in the United States, as opposed to biting the bullet and just joining the Catholic Church. And this is why people call me a Catholic apologist. And
oh wow, that's
no, it's really funny. Yesterday, I was trying to convince a very good friend of mine that he needs to put his kid in a Catholic school. and you know, I am often telling the Eastern Orthodox and Protestants, stop being so Protestant and just bite the bullet and start going to the local Catholic Church. Which is weird, but I don't have much of a better thing. And they're Trinitarian. Like this is like a very like.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. I am definitely not sure I am doing the right thing. Like, if at least it was monarchical Trinitarianism, and thank God, Father Eric, who's the Catholic priest of this little corner of the internet, believes in the monarchical Trinity. But like, yeah, like the Trinitarian thing is not a small thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, when I started studying theology, Trinitarian theology was one of my big aha. I would almost liken it to a conversion experience. It really changed some of my assumptions, I would say, that I had growing up.
Are you Trinitarian or no?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was baptized into the Presbyterian Church, so okay. Calvinist. Grew up. I have a broad kind of evangelical, but mostly mainline Presbyterian church, but not the liberal side of that. More of the evangelical side of the mainline Presbyterian church. But before I went to seminary, it was a book called The Trinitarian Faith by Thomas Torrance. And I actually had a moment there. It was about 1999 when I was seriously considering orthodoxy. I read Kallistos Ware's Orthodoxy. Had some friends at seminary that were Orthodox. My brother has since become Catholic. So I've read a lot of Catholic theology and philosophy. I can completely respect that decision. I don't know. I always found myself not drawn to the milquetoast ecumenism, but more the Trinitarian Chalcedonian two natures of Christ, three persons, one divine nature, mere orthodoxy kind of view. I love C.S. Lewis. I'm a big Chesterton fan. C.S. Lewis. So, and I think what happens when you take that perspective is you see kind of the evangelical, or even a lot of the denominational distinctives that are here in the United States. They just, the more you read of tradition, the more you realize the things that you respect in Catholicism. That, hey, there was this church for 1,000 years before you had a Reformation. Pretty sure they weren't all clueless imbeciles. Like the more you immerse yourself in that, the more you realize. I don't know. Just put your distinctives and the unique little branch on the tree that you are a part of in a more humble perspective.
I have to say, if you really believe like half the world's population is going to hell, like
No.
you don't understand my God at all.
Right. Well, those tensions are in the Bible, right? Like you see the voices that are extremely stringent and extremely exclusive. They are counterbalanced by.
This is all Paul.
Well,
This is
I'm
all
thinking.
Paul.
Yeah, but even in the Old Testament, there's the voices that are. The Book of Ruth, right? This is
What about
written,
the Book of Ruth?
Well, it's written to show that there is maybe a counter trend to the Ezra Nehemiah purity strand.
See, this is the thing. The Book of Ruth is where in Judaism we learn that when someone wants to convert to Judaism, we turn them away. That's where we get. So Naomi turns, and it's not the halacha that you literally have to do 3 times like she did, like try to convince them not to. But rabbis make sincere arguments why you should not be convert to Judaism.
Oh yeah,
And that is a part of the process of trying to convert to Judaism, is like us making for you perfectly clear you do not need to be a Jew in order to be saved.
Right.
And that's why the Noahide movement exists at all, right? Mm-hmm. And why a lot of Christians... Yes, How Much I Am Like Luther is both striking and hilarious to me, and Paul of Tarsus, I have to say. Like, the two people that in human history I feel like I am most like are, in fact, Martin Luther and Baal of Tarsus. But like Christians are like, okay, so if they believe in Judaism, why are they not Jewish? It's like, because we have this thing like Gentile. Now we have Orthodox Jewish Gentiles, and as weird as that might sound, it's actually not oxymoronic as much as like it kind of is when Jews for Jesus talk about it, because these are people who actually believe in Orthodox Judaism, right? Jonathan actually believes in Orthodox Judaism, and he's a Gentile, and that's fine, right? Yeah. And it's funny, but Father Stephen DeYoung, he thinks that is what Paul was preaching and was misunderstood by Martin Luther and basically the entirety of the Christian church, was that Paul was not actually preaching against Jews circumcising their children. And that's why Acts 21, like how you interpret Acts 21 is actually the most is probably the most, I think, important question like I could ask a Christian is
Mhm.
what's going on in Acts 21, right?
Yeah. No, I'm with you. And it makes me think of the N.T. Wright and his work.
Yeah, Paul, New Perspectives on Paul,
New
and what's
Perspective on Paul.
now being called Paul within Judaism. So Father Stephen DeYoung believes in Paul within Judaism. And like I told him, as much as I would love for him to convince all Christians of Paul within Judaism, he can't even convince me of it.
Yeah. No, okay. Well, I got to run in a minute, but this is opening up a can of worms that I would definitely love to talk about with you more.
Ditto.
Okay, so just a quick response on that, because I think it goes back to your thing about Luther. When I studied Romans 9 to 11 in seminary, my big aha moment was this N.T. Wright New Perspective thing where, oh, this isn't about individuals who are all consigned to the hell camp and some of them happen to have the good grace to convert to Jesus, but that the gracious elective purposes of God have been, and always will be for his people, for his covenant people, full stop. And we Gentiles come into that original tree through the Jew Jesus. So
you really opened up a
cannot
can of worms.
So here's my
Yes,
takeaway,
yeah.
and I'd love to get your response. I gotta go, but honestly,
Okay.
that's one of my kids.
Okay.
It is only precisely because of the Jewishness of Paul and Jesus that I can come in and hope to have that grace, and also is precisely as a Christian that I cannot be supersessionist, not think that God is done with his own original people. Does that make sense?
I've heard this many times, and it makes my blood boil in its polytheism.
I don't mean to make your blood boil because I respect you, but
No, I'm going. You will have to listen to this response because I am going to give you a response because this is one of the most polytheistic, horrible things Paul ever said. The idea that you could be grafted in or adopted is just pure blasphemy. Who was your father? What tree did you grow on?
What tree did I grow on?
Yeah.
Well, wild, according to the metaphor, it'd be wild branches.
Wild branches. What does that mean? There is one God. Whose house were you? Like, who was your father beforehand that you're adopted? This is absolutely against everything Judaism teaches. Beni Bechori Israel. My firstborn son is Israel. There is only one Father, and it is completely polytheistic to look at the Gentiles like they ever were not children of God. How dare he say that?
Interesting. Well, so you're saying Paul is explicitly rejecting the Noahide idea.
I'm saying Paul is explicitly a polytheist who had no concept of what monotheism and the Hebrew Bible says. I'm saying the man was an ignoramus who understood nothing about Judaism, certainly not the most fundamental symbol thing, which is there's only one God. How dare you?
Okay. Well, I believe there's only one God. I believe Paul would have said there was only one God.
I don't.
Well, this is where Trinitarian theology. I think Trinitarian theology is easily misunderstood. I say that and of course, I'm biased. I was raised Christian. I was raised Protestant. But I referenced earlier when I first started studying theology, I was surprised at how hard it was to understand the basics of Trinitarian theology. So Thomas Torrance's book, The Trinitarian Faith, is one I highly recommend. If you want to get a look, at the end of the day, you're totally free to think that Protestants are wrong. But if you want to hear the best voice from the Protestant camp, I would argue Karl Barth and Thomas Torrance when they talk about the Trinity, because they are definitely not polytheist. And they definitely helped see how the early church was striving within the Hellenistic philosophical terminology. They're groping for terms and concepts to articulate their monotheism.
So let me quote Paul at you. Christians see through a glass darkly.
Absolutely.
That is what Christianity is.
Yes.
And Judaism is the actual light that you're seeing through a glass darkly. And once you throw away that, like, it's like sunglasses. When Christians were coming in out of the dark completely, out of complete polytheism, they needed Christianity to help them on their way to understanding Judaism. And as we get closer to the coming of the Messiah, it becomes more and more clear. And that's why now we have Noachides, which blows my mind, where Christians can accept the full truth without wearing the sunglasses.
So, man, there's so much to talk about.
Yes,
I love it.
Is.
I listen. I respect you, man. This is good. Well, when can I find you online again? I'd love to dig into it more.
You know what? Are you on Discord?
I am.
Okay, so just message me, and we will make a time, and we can have a conversation.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I appreciate it, man. You've given me stuff to chew on. This is good stuff. I love the vision for the mothers of, what is it again? The
Joyful Mother of Children.
Joyful
Foundation.
Mother of Children.
Yeah, look up that psalm. It's a beautiful psalm. It's in the Hallel. We say it on all the joyful days. So yeah.
I will. Okay. Well, thank you, Jacob. Good to chat with you.
I'll see you.
All right, man. See ya.
Bye. Hey, Tiffany, how you doing? It's the red button on the bottom. To be continued, I guess. Yes. Glad to hear it. How are you liking my Discord server? And yes, there is like a 10-second delay between when I say things and you guys hear it. So, yeah, that's just gonna happen. I'm doing okay. Yeah, we're kind of, yeah. Part of the problem in this little corner is the cherubs. Yeah, all of the various categories are well, angels and then demons. Um, I should probably put myself below the angels and between. Yeah, actually, I should probably do that. Put myself like, but I wanted to make clear that the people who are above me are people you should not make the mistake of uh, being dismissive of. Um, so that's why certain people are above me and some certain people are below me. You can be dismissive of everyone else. Yes, I there's a reason why my color is the same as the demons. Yeah. The ghost cat. So I'm waiting until I take my trip up north to come back, and I have most of the supplies. I haven't bought cat food yet or cat litter. Um, I got the tree, and I got a litter box, and I got some toys, and I think everything else I'm gonna have to pick up actually at the pet store or something. Um, and when we get back from the trip, that's when I will get the cat. And I am thinking a long-haired black cat because I love long-haired cats, and black cat because I want to name him Talmavet, which is Shadow of Death, so that I can call my cat tree Gay Talmavet, which is the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Oh, just as I was about to log off, a bunch of people started watching. Uh, Imagine that. Why would that happen? Um, yeah, Shadow of Death. I love it. Yeah, I thought it was hilarious. Um, I probably should be doing my homework. I have my Bible study later tonight, um, and I have to get my homework done by then. This is not sticking in this mirror. Uh, Bible homework or school homework? School homework. I am getting a master's of social work, and I have a paper due today and another writing assignment. Actually, my Substack has my writing assignments. Well, part of it is behind a paywall because I didn't want to put the entire writing assignment right there. Yeah. My friend used me as his personality test guinea pig when he was getting his master's. um, yep. Okay, if nobody shows up in like 20 minutes, I am going to log off. But there's a bunch of you watching, so I'm guessing somebody's just like sitting there debating whether or not they should click. Sorry, people. I was writing. So let me see. Garth says, "Hello, I'm in Montana. Uh, hope you're having fun in Montana. Nice wall of magic cards. That's not a wall of magic cards. That is an uncut sheet of magic cards that Wizards of the Coast sent to me in appreciation for my service to the Magic the Gathering community before I made some what you call it. How do you like your new place? I'm settling into it. Nice Pokemon cards, very funny. Uh, hey, Tiffany, keep the stream alive. It's like the Truman Show. Actually, I forgot about the stream while I was doing my homework, and after this, I think I'm going to turn off the stream, unless somebody wants to come and take over the stream. Having a late lunch soon, and then we'll go get my kiddo. Have you ever noticed children test more after holidays and birthdays? So this week we have to reestablish a routine, and I've had to take away screen time temporarily. Yeah, this happens. I'm wondering how old your kid is. I think older kiddos have less of a problem with that. Change the picture you have behind you. Kind of, sort of. I put that up and I brought that picture down to show somebody. Okay, people. I am going to give it 5 more minutes and then I'm going to go and try to finish my homework. later, Tiffany. Yeah, 8 is probably right around when they start being able to get more long-term memory. Okay, then I'm going to end this broadcast.